Hello. Can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello? Yeah. Okay. Seems good. Let me... Hey. Including the game. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another evening stream. Completely unannounced as we do. And today we will play some more minions. But this time, not the permanent minions that we did before. That build was it was okay, but it was not great, right? It was doing fine in 100 empowered timelines, 100 corruption, that is. But after that, it fell off pretty fast, honestly. I was not too impressed by it. I still made a guide. I think it's also, it's also important to make guides that, don't show 2 million DPS. But after some consideration, with amongst others some people in the Discord, and just trying to get something a little bit better, which is also what I mentioned in the guide, is that right now we're trying something a little bit different. So I don't have 5 minion skills anymore, which was honestly a little bit absurd, right? I mean, 5 permanent minion skills, it kind of made no sense. It was more of like an experiment. And now we're going into like more of the real deal here. So what we have 5 of these, 5 fire mages, and these do actually decent damage. And then we have we have this skill. I'll talk about that in a little bit. Then we have 9 of these fire archers. There we go, 9 fire archers, and potentially up to 8 summon rays, which I can also summon, right? And some of them are fire rays. Now these are all fire rays, but okay. So some of them are fire rays and some of them are the regular rays. And hey, I'm powerless. How you doing, buddy? Ah, you have to play last Epoch and a summoner Necro as well. Yeah, so this build's actually pretty decent. So we got the summon rays, and those are our minions. And then I have transplant to get mana back, which is otherwise a problem if you keep summoning rays. And Dread Shade, because Dread Shade just does so much damage. It's pretty nuts, actually. So the playstyle is a little bit, you walk around with your minions, you just put a Dread Shade on these guys, and everybody within the circle is going to do an awful lot of damage. And these minions, they tend to stick together. I made the circle as large as it could be, pretty much. So that's good. And then the rays are just in front and they're protecting me and my army. So I'm using the rays a little bit as like a wall, if you will. A minion wall to protect these guys and to protect myself. And then in the meantime, there's this Dread Shade. It lasts quite a while. I'm not sure if I can... 20 seconds apparently. Okay. So it lasts 20 seconds. So I remember to reapply it, hopefully. But clearly not always, right? So yeah, we're running around like this. And it's going pretty well, actually. So what I am trying to do is get corruption into this timeline. And this is just going to be my sort of like test timeline. So there's no real specific reason as to why I'm here. To be perfectly honest. I'm not really farming for any loot. I mean, this might be one of the worst timelines, honestly. Unique or set belts. I may have... I potentially already have all of these. I didn't really check. But I'm not too convinced, honestly, about the target farming. Which is actually something I should write down. I'm also making a video about the new patch. I'll share my screen so you can actually see it here. This is the script. Right, this is how I write my videos. So I make an entire script. And it's in the making, but I wanted to talk about the target farming. So I might make a few notes while I'm streaming. And I would like to hear your opinions as well. about the new patch and about, you know, what we got going so far. Target farming good? Question mark. Right. So it's a little bit one of the other reasons to stream, right? Get a bit of interaction going and see what you guys think about it. So yeah, there's that. Today some in-game music. I want to get a little bit of a better feel again for the music. So you can see we got 133 corruption so far. I'm trying to bring this up to higher numbers, to as high as I can, I suppose. Maybe 200 will be a decent benchmark, and then I can yeah, just use the build, see how it does at 200 corruption. I think at some point you also should just be happy, right? Then it's a bit loud. How about this? So I think, and maybe a bit more sound effects. Let's see what happens. That's a pretty decent balance, right? So you put the dread shade on these guys and they're gonna be completely fine. So this is already 103 corruption. You can see, if you can see it, there's quite a few modifiers on the side actually. So this is not necessarily an easy level even. There's already quite a bit happening. But you can see these minions are cutting through most of the enemies, honestly. So the main focus is I'm just running around a little bit. I'm summoning the occasional wraith, but there's no need to summon like a whole bunch of them. So I am constantly using transplant to keep mana up and running. And sometimes, you know, I can use a potion. If I use a potion, my minions get the hunger effect, right? So it means that they also heal a little bit. And so far I have no real issues with survivability, for example. It's quite okay, honestly. And that's the level, right? And that's a little bit how it goes. 10 out of 10 title. Yeah, we're trying, you know. We're trying. It's a small tribute to the literal god, right? So yeah. I'm wondering if he's ever gonna play this game. I can't wait, honestly. The day I can watch a video of Asmongold playing Last Epoch is gonna be glorious. But yeah, up until that time, might not happen, right? So it's got +2 summon race. That's actually pretty decent. It's actually pretty decent. We could let go of the base crit. I'm just not sure how much it's gonna mess up, well, my damage, right? Maybe. We'll go a little bit further. Okay, here we got these purple ones are always very nice, right? So health and focus on the players. That's completely fine. Exact same level, because why not? Here, give you guys the buff. There you go. But I mean, the damage is actually quite decent. You have physical damage summoned with skeleton, mage, death knight. Ah, right. Summon skeleton, bone golem, transplant with the force. Oh, you get you get those guys. Yeah, I get mana back, so I don't have enough points otherwise. And bone curse with the max 3 summons. Doing good on level 66 so far. Right. Yeah, so you went with a bone golem. I had a bone golem in my army before. I just felt that that these wraiths are a bit of a more solid choice if you want. So this is one of the 3 already, right? I don't know. I feel the bone golem is pretty good for aggro, or well, getting threat, you know. But yeah, end of the day, I think I felt that I really needed the damage, and so I'm using I'm using these rays pretty much to sort of like create a wall between me and the enemies. And they tend to, well, not now, right? Because now I took the modifier that makes them attack me. But typically speaking, they're going for the rays, right? And they're permanent, or sorry, they're temporary minions anyway. So it doesn't really matter if they die a little bit more. So I just put up the rays basically in front of me, and then my minions tend to basically kill everything else so far. It's been going surprisingly well, honestly. This is already the level, and it's pretty smooth. We're at 133 corruption, right? It's nothing special, I guess, but you know. Hey, Thyworm. The multiplayer ready? No, sir. Unfortunately, the multiplayer is not ready. They're still working on it. Health and minion CDR. Maybe. And another Velatrius Downfall. I'm gonna try this at some point as well. This seems just too fun, right? Meteor is converted to lightning. I mean, what the hell, man? And then the spell set bonus. It seems so fun. My goal as a newbie homebrew was just to try and get as many summons as possible. Yeah. I didn't like managing race, so I went for the other option instead. Yeah, you could go permanent race as well. I would not necessarily advise that, to be honest. But it's an option, right? There's a node in there that makes your race permanent, and you can have 2 permanent race. It's not horrible, but I feel skeletons are a much more solid choice in that sense. Also, if you are more of a newbie, what is generally considered, you don't have to take this into account per se, but I think at least it's good to realize, is that ranged minions, they have a lot more, well, they do a lot more damage because they are starting from a ranged perspective, right? They're already firing even though they're pretty far away from the enemy. And what you see with melee minions is that first they need to run to the enemy, and their aggro range is not that high either. So it typically takes them a little bit of time to reach the enemy, let's say. And so most people prefer ranged minions for that reason, because you can see like these guys are, well, basically they're covering the entire level in arrows and in fireballs, right? And also the range of the fireballs is pretty high. Okay, and that almost killed me. So that's something to consider at the very least. You can relatively easily swap, right? I mean, you can keep the archers as physical, and the Death Knights, you can turn them into rogues, right? If you oh wait, no, that you can't actually. The Death Knights, yeah, you can keep the Death Knights as well. It depends a little bit what you want to do, right? Yeah, it's a pity. I agree. It's a pity. Ooh. It's just a shame that it's not a turquoise ring, right? And here, same thing. It's like, yeah, I really need the crit multiplier. Hey, Malcolm, throwing in volatile zombies on autocast for healing and boom. Yeah, I thought about volatile zombies. I never really seriously played volatile zombies, so I'm not entirely sure, honestly, what a good idea would be for that. But yeah, you could do it. Stash tap 59. Seems like a good down tap. There we go. Yeah, let's just go here first. Yeah, I'm not really sure how they would scale either. Is that do they explode based on minion health damage? Was that the deal with volatile zombies? Where are they? When it reaches an enemy or dies, it explodes, dealing physical and fire damage to surrounding enemies. You are limited to 6 active zombies. 200 base health, and their health decays at an accelerating rate. Oh no, it doesn't. They do fire damage apparently. Yeah, I could try volatile zombies instead of maybe race or something. But so far, I'm actually quite enjoying this setup. It's served me well so far. It's so much better than my previous minion build that I have a guide out for. So yeah, this is definitely gonna turn into a guide at some point in time, whenever I have a little bit of time, I suppose. I guess somewhere this weekend I might put it out again. It's a life changer. Currently running my Necro with 11 archers, 5 death knights, 3 to 6 volatile zombies, up to 12 worms, and 3 vanguards. Where are you getting the worms from? You can play Lich as a skill proc. Yeah, it's interesting concept. Volatile with sacrifice, right. Yeah, that seems like a much more logical combination, right? I'm not sure how much sense it would make to throw a bunch of volatile zombies in here. I mean, if I do it, I would probably swap out the wraiths, right, and then go with the volatile zombies. If you look at the zombies, it's on the skill tree far left top. Okay, let me have a look after this zone. Looking at the skill trees in the middle of an echo is a bit of a little bit tricky. Spam VZs all day. Yeah. But this works pretty well too, so far at least. I'm pretty happy with this setup. It's got some decent scaling as well. But maybe I'll swap. I could swap the wraiths for some zombies, see how it feels. I have the 3 zombies per cast with a 5-second delay. Ah, yeah, and then you can put in an auto cast, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Let me have a look. Because otherwise, auto cast is a bit messy, right? I kept the race, 2 permanent. You got rid of the transplant, right? Yeah, but then you need the mana, right? Okay, you put the race on permanent, which I take mana. I didn't like the permanent race, to be honest. I tried it in my previous build. It just feels so underwhelming. Like, these guys don't do anything almost. Like with this node. I don't know. They're about as... in the setup that I used, they were about as strong as a mage. Yeah, you don't need mana for your setup. I need mana for mine, right? Because I'm spam casting these rays myself. But what I enjoy about this playstyle is that it gives me a bit of control over the race. So you could go this route, which I specifically didn't do, and then put them on autocast. But then you don't really control when you summon them, right? Whereas now, if I see a boss or a stronger enemy, I just put a bunch of rays between me and the group. And unless you got the modifier that the enemies attack you, but otherwise, they start attacking the attacking the minions, right? So it's kind of nice. Yeah, for another alt target. Yeah, so, but it's true. I mean, we do have different playstyles. I never really gave these guys a try, to be honest. I didn't play much last patch. I kind of took a bit of a break because I played so much last Epoch. I was like, okay, well, let me do something else, right? So let's see. Oh, Corpse Parasites. Squirt parasites on zombie death. And these are worms, or what? It's a minion that will attack nearby enemies for 4 seconds, dealing melee physical damage. Skills with intelligence and with level. But it doesn't scale with... It scales with minion damage, I'm assuming. That's why I like the zombies, right? Have a kill. Oh, it's got Calling Strike as well, somewhere. Additional zombies per cast, but cost more mana and have additional cooldown. What's the base cost? It's only 16. That's not much. Right, so you cast what, 5 at the same time? And in addition, okay, so it's gonna cost you quite a bit of mana, but okay. So 100% and another 5 per point. So it's like 10, 26, 52 mana every 6 seconds. I don't think I regen that much, but you could. Oh, you have some efficiency over here as well. All right. Yeah. And then you go with more multipliers, I'm assuming. Oh, here's the threshold. Right, I see. Makes sense. Yeah, sure. I wouldn't convert it. I have so much more movement speed and deal more damage. They leap towards their target. Hey, Mark. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, man. How are you doing? Mirror shards on death. I never really gave this a proper try, to be honest. They move slower, the health decay slower. You can scale these quite a bit. What's this? A single large zombie with more health, more damage. And more... Yeah, right. Each time one dies, it will heal. Or you can have it as ward. Vital ward. Necromancer's fervors now grant ward rather than health. You are healed for a portion of the zombie's maximum health when they explode. 1%. Huh. Chance to cast volatile zombie on minion death. This is also pretty fun if you use it with... But then you're gonna have mana issues for sure. If you could use this with the Wraith, and you have a 30% chance whenever a Wraith dies, that it summons one of these instead, and you only take the melee Wraith. Yeah, I can see this being fun as well. Sure. Because you don't need poison in my sense, that doesn't really make any difference. Summon a skeleton warrior on death. How much points would you expand there, right? No, true. I could give it a try instead of the these. Have you tried the control support? No, I haven't actually. Well, I tried it last patch. So I will try it at some point again in this patch and see what changed. I felt that last patch at least inventory management with the controller was pretty bad. So basically anything with a controller, any menu was really bad, and then basically combat was completely fine. I actually had quite a bit of fun with just combat. That was not a problem at all. Is this ambient sound stuff? No, right? Okay. Right, we're gonna do this. Yeah, I might try it a bit later. I'm still trying to get a bit of a feel for the race, and we might turn them into zombies at some point. I don't think that I want to be losing transplant though. I feel transplant, I don't only need it for the mana, but it's just nice to like get out right? Get out of sticky situations. And now I have like a pretty decent sort of rotation, you could almost say. As in, like, what I typically now do is I just summon a bunch of these guys, right? Then I transplant for the mana and I use a health potion, which in turn buffs everybody over here, right? So it's like I summon 3 or 4 minions, I transplant, I take a health potion, and then kind of like rinse and repeat, right? So far, I mean, this is pretty smooth. I'm gonna look at the loot later. Enrage at half health. I don't really need to go to like these. I don't think honestly that there's a set item or a unique item that I don't have, if that makes any sense, right? What we can do now that we don't have too many modifiers running, it's maybe we should just do the boss. We can do it twice. I'm level 98. It's kind of weird that there's a waypoint over here, right? Yeah, the last few levels are really slow, but it's I mean, you're gonna if you just keep playing, you're gonna reach level 100, right? Because you don't lose XP yet. They might add that at some point, but right now you don't lose XP, right? So it's hard to not reach level 100 at some point, but it still feels like a bit of an achievement. I honestly, I don't have a single level 100 character because I could never be bothered to play as long on like a single character or a single build, you could say. So yeah, this is gonna be a first for sure. Yeah, sure, buddy. Hey, thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, so we might reach 100 today. Who knows? Would be something else for a change. Yeah, and so I'm also working on some script, like I just showed some of you, right? So the script for sort of like the opinion video on the patch, let's say. So what do you guys think so far about the patch if you're playing? Any thoughts? Because I'm having quite a bit of fun actually, especially after like last patch I hardly played at all. I was just a bit like done with last Epoch, and I found it to some extent a little bit boring. But this batch, I'm having a pretty good time. Because this is a new character, and right now I'm level 98. So I've been playing a lot. And this is not the only character I played either. I played 2 more characters. So far, you know, we've been pretty active. But see how quick this went? That's not bad. Right. Yeah, and these are relatively short quest echoes as well, which is kind of nice. Only the first one takes a while, but the other ones are pretty short and convenient. Been a great patch so far. Really enjoying the Sentinel rework. Yeah, I haven't played Sentinel at all actually. I should actually kind of play it before I make the video, but I don't think I will. I've been playing the minion a lot, the Necromancer a lot. So I've been playing all sorts of minion builds, trying out the permanent minions as well. I find it a little bit underwhelming. I think the specifically the Wraith and the Abomination that are now permanent minions, it's just not really that feasible. In my opinion. I tried out quite a few combinations, but you're too limited. If you do, especially the Abomination, I feel is very limited, but also the Wraith. I mean, you can't scale it in any way anymore, right? You only have 2 of them. I mean, are you really gonna take an entire skill and the end result is that you can only have 2 minions? I'm not sure. So I can't see that being better like ever, pretty much. Compared to what I'm doing over here, which is like 8 minions. And you could even do, if you have that unique. I found a few versions of that unique. I don't know, Aberrant's Call or something, I think the unique is called. It gives you up to 12 additional minions, which is oh wait, which is interesting, right? Ow. Why does this hurt so much? Did they buff this guy or something? What's going on here? I guess the more damage multipliers from the corruption are kicking in, huh? Kill him, guys. Sure. Okay. Okay. What are we getting? Prefix, 2-handed pole arm, 2-handed staff, 1 shot. I don't care. This is worse than I already have. So I'm not really trying to get a better blessing or anything. Keep current. I'm just trying, I guess, to farm the new unique that should be dropping from this guy. This is not it, right? But it's okay. We have 2 attempts, and then we can continue farming again. Hey Larry, would that unique give you up to 12 more permanent minions? No, it wouldn't give you permanent minions. Peter, thanks for the subscription, buddy. I appreciate it. No, it's gonna give you, let me show you after the next one, because I can't get to my usual spot now. But no, it's what I noticed is that the permanent minions, they can't be skilled. At least from what I've seen so far. So I tried, for example, if you look at this node over here, right? Covenant of Souls, you can control more rays at once. I have +2, right? So the baseline is 6. If you press Alt over here, you can see it. You are limited to 6 active rays. It doesn't update the description, by the way. This is just a base. And over here I get 2 more. So now I got 8. But if I take this node, Twin Spirits, this makes them permanent, right? But it sets the maximum rays at 2. And I tried taking this node as well, hoping it would be 4, but that's not the case. So it seems to override the nodes, and that should include the staff as well. So I think you can have at maximum 2 rays, regardless of whatever else you pick. That's what I found so far. And that means that, yeah, only 2 rays. How good is that gonna be in the end, right? Shouldn't you then go for like mages and skeletons instead? I don't know. I tried it in my previous build. You can watch the guide if you want. It's here on YouTube. But it's a little underwhelming, right? It's a little underwhelming. I found at least it's a little bit underwhelming. So I didn't go this route for this build at least. But yeah, you know, you can do what you want in that sense. Okay, we're gonna do this again. Thanks, Thyworm. That Twin Spirits is a problem. Yeah, and I think what the devs wanted to do, of course, is well, let's say push the archetype of a more lazy kind of summoner, right? So the idea, something was written in like a devlog or like something written on necromancers or in the patch notes. I'm not entirely sure where it was, right? But the devs pretty much said like, hey, what we want to be doing is enable also a playstyle that lets you lean back a little bit more, right? And just play minions, and you don't really have to worry about resummoning them all the time. You can just play minions, and that's it. And they did. I mean, to their credit, right? They did. But I think, as expected, it is just a little bit underwhelming. And I think to some extent that makes sense, right? Because permanent minions should not be as good as you know, you actually making an effort and resummoning temporary minions all the time. I think it makes sense that, you know, the temporary minions are stronger because you need to do a lot more stuff to keep them alive or to keep them up and running all the time, like I'm doing now. So you get a lot more damage this way. But even taking that into account, it seems a bit weak, in my opinion. So, yeah, so there's that, you know. I just can't get into Acolyte at all. Really looking forward to Warlock. Yeah, you have issue with Acolyte? I think it's probably my favorite class, actually. I don't know, I really enjoy the Lich and all the skills that it has. I really enjoy the Necromancer. They're not I think they're not the most potent classes in the game currently. I think mages and primalists are a lot better. But yeah, I'm enjoying this quite a bit. What's your main issue with them? Another Stormhide boss. The number of uniques I have with that, it's insane. They drop all over the place. Ideally, I don't die, because if I die, then I can't finish the run, right? Because it's because I just have enough timeline stability to complete the run. If I mess it up, then I need to do another regular echo. So that's kind of the idea here. Just personal preference, right? I've always found minion builds boring, like you said, underwhelming. Yeah. I mean, in other games they can be very strong, like in Path of Exile, minion builds are extremely strong. I'm running a Spectre Summoner this league, and that's been crushing endgame. So it doesn't have to be, but yeah, in last Epoch I think it always has been a little bit underwhelming. The Primalist. The Primalist does a lot better, right? Yeah, you haven't played in a few patches. I mean, it's still a little underwhelming because, well, there's no real reason. I think one of the main reasons is the minions themselves. So in this setup, you can protect them relatively well because I can just like summon a bunch of these guys in front, and they act like a wall, right? The enemies are targeting these four first, while my army is firing away, and it's pretty efficient, especially if I put the buff on them. Like all of these guys, well, most of them at least, but especially if they start walking, you see how nicely they sort of like start fitting into that circle. It's pretty convenient, honestly. So a lot of these guys are getting the buff, and they start doing a lot of damage. It's just that as soon as there's like AoE with like bosses or otherwise, your minions don't have enough survivability, and it's really hard to give them survivability. And once you reach the point, whether it's in an arena or at a boss or probably at some point at higher corruption, but I'm trying to sort of like figure out the limit. Once you get over there and your minions keep dying over and over again, then it becomes a little bit of a problem, right? Because you don't have enough mana and resources to keep resummoning these minions. And so whenever you reach the sort of the turning point where they start dying, then yeah, your build is kind of fucked, right? And I guess that's one of the main issues. And they have been buffing the minions pretty much since they started, but yeah, it's not enough, right? I just thought again after months away, so I'm sure there are unique sets that can be built. Yeah, no, there are plenty, right? This patch alone, they added 33 new uniques and 2 new set items. I found quite a few already, but there's still also quite a few to go. And last patch, I think it was a little bit less, more like 15 or something. But plenty of new stuff to enjoy, for sure, right? It's one of the things that I like most about these patches, honestly, like the uniques. I was, like I said, right, I was writing a script, and I am writing a script for the video, and one of the things that I feel is really like striking, let's say, is how well these uniques are designed, typically speaking. And some are community designs, right? So shout out to whoever made a unique this time around. I know McFluffin did one, and I'm sure others did as well. I'm not entirely keeping track of the entire community anymore, to be honest. But yeah, I gotta say, it's pretty good. Yeah, indeed, right? It makes me very hopeful for legendaries as well. That's a great point, by the way. Let me write that down. Legendaries. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I'm really curious. I'm really curious to see what they come up with. But for example, the unique I was talking about here, this is the unique with the race, right? Aberrant Call. Plus 12 maximum race, so that gives you 20. You get +2 to your race skill. They minions, all of them, by the way, lose 6% of their current health per second. So you can't run any other minions unless you do, I guess, volatile zombies. Then yeah, they lose health anyway. But you know, if you have a bone golem, it's gonna die, right? Because yeah, after what is that, 15 seconds, 16 seconds, it's gone, right? So I'm still going to try to push this playstyle. But this is more of a single minion or maybe double minion playstyle in which you are going to summon an awful lot of raves. And I don't think much else, to be honest, because where are you going to get the mana? It's got 42% mana regen, but that might not be enough, right? I haven't completely figured out what to do with this, but this is one of those uniques that I think like, yeah, you know, it's got a clear purpose. It pushes you into a direction. And I think these are well-designed uniques. And that was kind of my point. There are a lot of new uniques that I had a lot of fun with. I'm running currently a sort of lich build with this staff, which is pretty cool, right? 20% chance for Hungering Souls to fire 6 additional projectiles. And there are by now a lot of Hungering Souls uniques. You can make some interesting builds with that. You can turn it into fire using the soul fire. Yeah, one that pushes Hungering Souls. Yeah, that's probably this one then, right? The Curse of Perseverance. But yeah, that one. Yeah. So I got a few of these, and but there's an older offhand that they replaced. Oh no, it's a relic. A relic. Where is it? This one, Soulfire. This used to do something else, but now 100% of Hungering Souls base damage converted to fire. And Hungering Souls ignite on hit instead of possessing. So it turns your Lich into a fire, into fire. It's potentially pretty good. Now, one of the main issues with Hungering Souls is that these souls can only hit one enemy, right? So if you have 12 souls and they all go towards the same enemy, you don't have 12 hits. It doesn't shotgun. It's got one hit, and then the 11 other souls, they're gonna like circle around and come back and then do another hit. So you're kind of limited as to applying ignite stacks. If they would all hit, it would be insane. But yeah, so I'm not sure how good this is. But I'm trying currently. I have another build that I'm working on to some extent. It seems pretty fun. But it could also just be fun to try it out. And it might end up not great, which is completely fine, in my opinion. Right? You don't need to always have an amazing build. Okay, let's go, boys. I'm not too happy about how this is going usually. I'm not entirely sure what's up with this fight. It seems a bit of a mess, honestly. It hurts like hell as well. I'm not entirely sure what's going on every time. And oh, this might be a little tricky, eh? He's almost dead. I have no I have no calling strike anywhere. Again, the shield, huh? That's so sad. I have no calling strike anywhere, so it's a little bit tricky, I guess. I don't care about any of these drop rates. Like, these drop rates are so bad, right? I'll just keep my current one. I mean, prefix shards, typically pretty good, right? I get a lot of you get a lot of class specific prefixes as well. So yeah, we'll keep the current confirmed selection. Yeah, and again this shield, it's a bad shield. Okay, well that didn't do much, but it's okay. Hey, Comic here. What do you think about the difficulty spike in new Act 9? I ran through Act 9 with this character, and I found it pretty difficult. Actually, I found it pretty rough. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how, you know, how sort of representative that is, but I enjoyed the boss to some extent, right? I thought she had some bullshit mechanics, but then I usually think that with new bosses, and then after a while I'm like, yeah, okay, this is actually pretty fun. But when it comes to the enemies in the new act, I think there are a lot of like honestly pretty poorly designed enemies in there. A lot of annoying enemies that really don't need, you know, to shield half the map or make everybody immune or do so incredibly insane numbers of damage that, you know, you're thinking like, well, what are these people thinking, right? I don't know. So I enjoyed the act, I guess, and I enjoyed new zones, which I think are usually pretty cool. But the enemy design, I am not a fan of in a new zone, and I really hope that is not, let's say, the direction that they're taking, because almost all of the new enemies are extremely annoying, right? To fight against. They either do massive amounts of damage for no apparent reason, because it's just another enemy. Like, why would this enemy all of a sudden deal 5 times the amount of damage? I don't get it, right? And the boss, I think the boss was pretty cool at the end, right? I like the boss. If they ever turn that boss into like a timeline end boss, I think they might have to tweak her a little bit, because I felt the fight was still pretty unfair, but I don't really mind that with you know, with a chapter boss, let's say, because you can just keep trying and trying. There's no real consequences. But in a timeline, that's not the case, right? It's the reason why I don't do Lagon, because Lagon is also a bullshit boss, right? Lagon makes no sense. Yeah, the new Sandstorm guys, but the poison guys. You got the you know, the snake lady with the massive shield. That makes no sense in my opinion. Like, why would you put that in the game, right? You got the dogs, like the alpha hound kind of thing. I mean, yeah, it fits nicely into the story, and that you need to recover this body parts from the cave. Yeah, that's all cool, but don't put that enemy in the game otherwise, right? Like, holy moly, that dude does so much damage. He's incredibly fast. There's no way you can avoid him. And then, yeah, in my mind, that doesn't feel good to play against, right? And I don't think it's fun or well designed in that sense. But yeah, I'm not going to complain about the new chapter too much, right? I'm going to complain a lot about the enemies, but not really about the chapter itself. I mean, you do it probably once, because it's literally giving you 1 skill point. Are you going to go through all of that effort for 1 skill point? Probably not, right? So yeah, does it really matter? And even if you do, you want to actually min-max, you're going to take that skill point much later down the line, right? Like, you're gonna take that skill point when you're like level 90, and then you're gonna just rush through the campaign and get that skill point and be done with it, right? You're not gonna torture yourself and do it like on level or on par, because yeah, the campaign is always the same, right? There's no variety, so why would you do that to yourself? Okay. This reduces timeline still, so I need something that gives me corruption instead of reduces it. Are we gonna go for these? Oh, we got 2 of them actually. I think we'll go this route then. Yeah, hopefully it goes the way the siege golem gets nerfed accordingly. Yeah, it's already, most of the enemies already have been nerfed, so that within a few days. So that also kind of shows, I think, how how stupidly overpowered they were, but they should still get nerfed. I mean, it's just not fun to play against, and I think that's the main concern, right? It's not challenging. It's just not fun to play against. Like the siege golems, they did some stupid shit as well, right, at the start. That you're like, okay, dude, like, please, who thinks this is okay, right? And almost all of the enemies, new enemies, I have the exact same feeling as I had with the siege golem last chapter. Like, okay, who tested this and thought, okay, yeah, that's actually balanced, right? There's no way. Come on. So, but I'm sure I haven't really checked the forums too much, to be honest. But I'm sure there's plenty of people complaining about it, right? I can't imagine people are okay with this. So yeah, we'll probably get a few more nerfs, but it might take a little while for them to actually do that. That's the best thing. Yeah, dev team that listens and responds to community feedback even as they grow. They do. I agree. I agree. Yeah, I made a video the other day about the music in last Epoch. That's also one of the reasons I currently am listening to in-game music still. I want to get a bit of a better feeling still for the new tracks and if much has changed. But I highlighted in that video a specific song that I thought was really bad and just like poorly produced, poorly mixed. There were some extremely sharp sounds in that song and in the instruments and whatnot. And it really took you out of the game by just listening to the song. And I was like, holy hell, what is going on with this song, right? This makes absolutely no sense. And so I put that in the video. And now I listened again to the song and they have taken out the sharp sounds. So part of the song has just been removed and they just recorded tracks, right? So they just dialed down some of the audio tracks, which has these sharp sounds on them. And it's immediately a much better song and it doesn't take you out of the experience anymore. And it's another example of the, even though nobody from the devs commented on the video, they definitely watched it. Because there's no way that this is a coincidence, right? So, and that's not the first time either. That there's been either videos from me or from other content creator or just feedback in the community and they listen to it and if they think, okay, yeah, may actually, you know, this is valid criticism and it's not against, let's say, their philosophy in any way, they will usually do something with it, and that's really great. Yeah, you think new enemies are fine as long as there isn't more than one on the screen. Yeah, but then you should play some end game, right? And then that's just not a realistic scenario. Even in the campaign, by the way, multiple times I had half my screen filled with all of these bullcrap enemies, right? So I agree with you, but that's not really well, it's gonna be hard to balance it in that sense. And it's not like I'm racking up like all of the enemies in one spot and then trying to kill them. I'm not doing that, right? So yeah. The poor sound designer guy. I mean, look, what can I say? Maybe mention the weak weapon sounds next fit. They can improve that too. Yeah. Yeah, but I am actually mentioning that in the video I'm about to make. Like part of the script is about that, but I'm putting it together with the animations and the sound design, which sort of like leads to this weak feel of combat, right? Because they're all combined in that sense, and all of these things combined make you feel that you're not really hitting any enemies. So it's not just the poor sound designer guy, it's also the poor animation guy, because animations are still not impactful at all in a lot of cases. So, you know, it's a bit like there's a lot of things I think to the equation of how you can make combat feel fun and impactful. And they haven't really been able to do that yet, which is a bit of a shame. But maybe in time, I don't know. It might happen later. Let me try a small thing with chat. Just a second. Let me pop this out. Okay, that's pretty good. And now let me hide this. And let me hide that. Okay. I enjoy your content. It's constructive criticism. Oh, thank you. You don't sugarcoat things, but remain respectful. Yeah, that's one of my main goals, honestly. And sometimes I miss the mark. Sometimes I don't remain respectful. And then people usually call me out in the comments, which is perfectly fair. You know, sometimes I just get a bit like sour, I guess. But I really appreciate you saying that, because that's really also what I'm trying to aim for. Yeah. And the developers, they do watch these videos, right? Most of them, and they appreciate the content in that sense, even though they may not always like to hear it, right? I mean, I'm sure that the sound or the music, the composer, let's say, after watching the video, which I'm sure he did, because otherwise there's no way he changed that one song, right, that I was talking about. You know, I wouldn't really feel good if I was the composer and I watched that video, but I think it is still fair criticism about the music in Last Epoch. And I found it was a topic, for example, in music, that nobody's really talking about too much. And especially not really making videos about. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've done some work in studios myself. And I've played in various bands. And I listen to a lot of music. And I think I have a pretty decent idea about like what a decent in-game music song could be. And whatnot. So... you know, I'm just trying to improve the game in that sense in my own way, you know, and yeah. So and I enjoy the process around it as well. But it's also cool that the devs are listening to it and are acting on it. That's pretty special for a game, especially these days, where a lot of the times that just simply doesn't happen, right? I'm sure if you hated the game and didn't want to help improve it, you just wouldn't cover it. Yeah, exactly. So if a game is like really bad or something, even if I played it, and I play quite a bit of other games as well, right? Then sometimes I'm just like, yeah, should I really make a video about this, saying that it's all bad? I don't know. And sometimes I do it, right? There are videos that are not really constructive, but just almost informative, like, okay guys, don't play this game, right? It's just really bad. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. It does seem to be able to swallow their pride. Absolutely. And that's like it's pretty rare in people in general that they can take criticism and handle it accordingly, right? You don't really see that very often. So for developers, it's good. And I think if as long as you remain respectful, or at least try to remain respectful, because I mean, I watch quite a bit of like video content on YouTube, right, about games, and I feel sometimes what people forget is that this is like someone's life to some extent, right? That you're talking about. I mean, we're just playing this game, and then at the end of the day we think, oh, this is pretty fun, or this sucks, or whatever. But they've already put like what 5-6 years of their life into this game, right? So I think you should be at least sort of somewhat respectful of that, and take it into account, right? You can't burn down a game in that sense. Like it's someone that has worked years on it. And it doesn't mean that you can't be critical, but at least, you know, try to be try to keep it civil, right? I should not forget to cast the dread shade here. Without the dread shade, the damage is a lot lower. The dread shade has like 30% more damage multiplier on it or something. It's really pretty nuts, the difference. If I listen to here's another one. these stabs, they drop all over the place. If I listen to this song as well, for example, I'm like, yeah, it's a pretty good song. Like, it doesn't really stand out too much. It's kind of like melancholic, kind of sad. Right? It's kind of a sad song. But I just feel, and I feel this with a lot of the last Epoch music, and the new songs haven't changed that opinion too much. Hope, let me not die from this guy. Is that does this really fit the game, right? That is my main complaint with the music, right? The music itself, like if you would put this under, I don't know, drone shots of Norway, yeah. Or a sad drama, completely fine. It's a good song, right? That's not the point. But my point is, most of the time, like, I don't think it fits a game like this, and it has this sort of like, yeah, weird, sad, kind of melodramatic kind of feel to it, and I'm not sure why. I can't really reconcile the music with what's going on the screen. And I think that's a little bit problematic for me, at least. It just doesn't really make a lot of sense. And so I'm hoping that that there's some more tension, I guess, in the songs, or a bit more like action in the songs. Because in the background, look at how many monsters we're killing over here, right? Yeah, all last Epoch songs are like sad music and Malmouth and Grim Dawn, but worse. Yeah, I have to admit, I played Grim Dawn quite a bit, but I can't really remember the music from there. So I don't really know. But I compared it with the music in Path of Exile, which I play a lot, and I'm very familiar with the music over there. And it's a world of difference, right? It's like it's a completely different ball game. Yeah, I'd like to hear some thumping war drum. Yeah, exactly. More energetic. Yeah, more energetic, more action. Something that's more in line with me slaughtering hundreds of monsters in a couple of minutes. And this music is like kind of okay. At least there's some drums, right? There's something going on. But in the background, there's still this sort of like this sadness pouring through, right? Why does everything have to be so sad in Last Epoch? Like this, I know that the void is taking over and that we're all screwed, I guess. But really, you know, it's just that bad. It's not that horrible, right? Aren't we saving Ithera? Whereas, for example, in the hubs, like not necessarily this song, I don't think, but the other one, the other song that is usually playing over here in the echo of a world in the end of time, completely fine with it. I think the end of time song and some of the quest hub songs, really great. Like because here you're just walking around, right? You can watch the black hole over there. It's a shame you can't see it better, but you know. And you're like, yeah, okay, I get it, right? It's more like a bit of mystical, slow paced, completely fine. But they play these songs as well when you're killing monsters, and then it's just a little bit weird. Am I gonna watch my loot? Not too much. I'm not really looking for loot. My gear is pretty decent, honestly. I mean, it's not gonna get much better, to be honest. Like, I got pretty much max rolled minion fire damage nodes. I guess the what is it? The suffix could be a little bit better on these things, but honestly not much because they cap out at 72. Here, I got like 71, 70, 69, 71. I mean, yeah, a bit of poison res and then health. This is max roll health. And then some here, 2 max roll health. And then some apply mark for death. So the idols are fine and my gear is pretty good. I could potentially get better than this, probably. But yeah, not sure. I'm on Amarth? I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I have skill point. What are we gonna do with skill point? Give them base fire and necrotic damage? Or do we want to give them crit chance? And intelligence. Base has got to be better, right? Hey, Phoenix. How you doing, man? You'd think base damage should be better, right? You'd think? Let's give him base damage. My god, this thing takes forever to finish. What do you consider the finish? Like getting the empowered timelines unlocked, something like that. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. You mean from the dev's perspective? I thought from the player perspective. From the player perspective, it takes a while to finish as well. Yeah. The devs are taking their time. I think it's gonna take another year. If I'm honest. I mean, we've seen the new sort of updated roadmap, which isn't awfully specific anymore. Because they learned their lesson, right? But you can still see everything that they still need to do, there's no way that they're going to be much faster than a year from now with the launch. So yeah, that's to set a few expectations, I think. Another year, yeah. I would think another year. I mean, multiplayer is probably not gonna be released this year anymore because there's only gonna be one more patch this year, most likely, right? Yeah, multiplayer is probably not in it. So that means if we get multiplayer, well, we get multiplayer, but we're gonna get it early next year. Nah, you could easily, like, this is clearly not on a roadmap, but you could easily expect them to take a few months to sort of get everything up smooth and running and stable with multiplayer, right? I think there are quite a few things that you need to be fixing. So I think in order to have a stable multiplayer, it's gonna take another 2-3 months. And then there's like, I don't know, 2-3 more endgame systems that need to be implemented at some point in time. Not to mention a few subclasses and a few more skills potentially. And I don't know what. Legendary items are still coming. I think a lot of that you can do in parallel. But also quite a few things you cannot do in parallel, right? 3 more chapters for the campaign. Yeah, I don't know, man. Learned a lesson. I mean that they have already delayed the game twice, right? And now they are just not giving a release date anymore. So that's what I mean with the learned their lesson, right? Yeah, because I don't remember the exact dates, but it was supposed to launch, I think, somewhere in 2020. Then it got delayed to like a Q3 this year or something, and now it's basically delayed until it's ready, right? They're taking the old Blizzard mantra now, saying that it's ready when it's ready. Shall we just kill Orbis? I'm looking for corruption in the end. I want to get up to like, I don't know, 200 or something corruption, just to see how the build does in those circumstances. Is there anything that I wanna get before we kill the timeline? I don't really see anything special. I don't care about uniques too much. I think I got most of the random drops. It's mostly bosses that we're after. Unique daggers, or what is this? It's not unique, but what's it called? Exalted daggers. Probably worth it, right? I think any exalted item is probably worth it. Yeah, exactly. So that's most likely why they've taken this approach, because they're just creating expectations, and there's no reason. I mean, there's enough hype for the game, right? It doesn't need a release date at this moment in time, I don't think. Especially if you see how much work is still left, which is why I and some others, like if you watch McFluffin stream, for example, he will tell you a similar story, right? He also says like it's gonna probably take like another year before we see the actual launch, and it doesn't matter too much, right? I mean, it's not like you're not getting any content. There's gonna be plenty of things to do, especially or at least to, you know, just come back to the game every now and then, have a good time. So only if you're like actually waiting for the launch and you don't want to play before the launch, yeah, then it kind of sucks, right? Because you thought you could play the game sometime last year, and now it's not even clear when you can play it next year, or maybe even worst case scenario, if you can play it next year, right? So who knows? But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm completely fine with it. I am no, I'm sorry, I'm not excited about Diablo 2 Reloaded. What is it? Reforged? Resurrected? No. No. I played the original Diablo 2. I think it's an amazing game, but yeah. Just a bit nicer graphics aren't going to do it for me, right? So I won't be playing it. Oh, we got a Vessel of Chaos. Reroll the rewards of all uncompleted echoes. That's the we could go there too. Okay, we can go there too. It's fine. Okay, guys. I agree. So, wait. Sorry to hear, buddy. Grew up on this game. It's such an amazing throwback for me. Especially since I didn't play for years. Yeah, I mean, I have also... I haven't played it really since it was popular. I guess the original is still to some extent popular, but... it's 20-year anniversary, isn't it? So... Yeah, I played... Whenever we... Early days of the internet in the Netherlands. That's when I played. So yeah, pretty much at launch. And a few, maybe 1 or 2 years afterwards. I played an awful lot of that game. I mean, an awful lot of that game, right? So I just don't really see a reason to return to it. I have good memories of the game, and I honestly don't see a reason why I would play again, right? And I can think of plenty of reasons why I wouldn't play again, so... Yeah. It still feels super outdated. Yeah. Yeah, I think the new graphics is not really gonna be enough to, you know... make it exciting again, at least not for me. What are we killing? Oh, these guys? Yeah, the void horrors. Yeah, okay. The graphical overall is just too good to miss out on. Yeah, I think that it's a personal thing, right? I agree that the game looks pretty good, but it, like, graphically, but that's only because you know how crappy it looks. Well, how crappy the original looks, which is really crappy by now. But back in the day, it was amazing, right? But if you just compare it to, I don't know, Wolsen, it's not that special, right? So, I don't know. And to me, like, Diablo 2 was never about the graphics, right? I liked the builds, and I liked just the grind. And all the bullshit that went on in multiplayer, and yeah, I don't know. It was fun, but now I think there are a lot of games that are so much better than Diablo 2. It is in a lot of ways really outdated and slow. Like, some people think Last Epoch is slow, but then yeah, play some Diablo 2 Reloaded, right? What's it called? Resurrected, right? Then you know what a slow game is. Holy moly, that game is slow. So, I don't know. I don't think it has aged all that well. Even though people are still playing it. But in my opinion, it hasn't aged all that well. Oh, we're done. Okay, good. Let's get the thingies. Hey, Nikita Alexeyev. Afternoon, Thyworm. Do you have a link for your build? I am new to Thai game. Thai game? New to the game. And I really like the pet build. Yeah, I don't have a link to this one. I have a link to another one, which is more of a permanent minion build. And yeah, but this one is a lot better. I gotta say. So I think you probably just subscribe to the channel, right? If you haven't, and then in a few days, maybe a week max, I will make a build guide about this one as well. So then you have like the entire guide, and that's it. I'm not sure you can make. I could make a quick link in the last Epoch tools, I guess, right? Isn't that true? But then I need to quit the game and whatnot. So I think have a little bit of patience, and then you'll have like an actual proper build, which explains the thought process and pretty much everything around the build, right? It's also going to be a lot more useful, I would say. Can we sort this too? There we go. Hey, Vertigo. How you doing, man? We also consider to be one of the best looking RPGs to date, and yet can't find any main reason sticking to it more than data. Yeah. I agree. I agree, right? I think Diablo 2 in that sense has a lot more content, you could say. Even though I'm not even sure that's true, but maybe. But I was more commenting on the graphics, because Phoenix says the graphical overhaul of the new Diablo is just too good, and for me, I'm not so sure, right? But yeah, you know, don't let me dissuade you from playing the game, right? I mean, play the game if you want to play the game. No, don't let me stop you, right? You don't need my approval. So yeah, I'm just not gonna play it. I'm just not too interested in it. I would rather play another League of a PoE, or another patch of Last Epoch, or honestly probably another run in Grim Dawn, rather than Diablo 2, or another indie game, right? There's a lot of other things I would rather do, honestly. Hey, wait, how did you alter the mouse cursor? YOLO mouse, it's called. You can buy it on Steam for €4. It's called YOLO mouse. And then you can turn any cursor into any game, into whatever you want. Purple, pink, blue, green, all kind of neon colors, so you can actually see your mouse. Which is nice, right? Actually seeing your mouse. Because I can't see my mouse in the standard Last Epoch cursor. It just gets there's too much clutter on the screen. I can't see it. So I need something pink. I subscribed a while ago. Thank you, bud. Yeah, sure. There is a recent guide of permanent minions, which does fairly well. I mean, I did a lot of empowered 100% corruption empowered content with that. But it is a little bit different than this build. Like, this build is honestly just a lot better. And so yeah, but you can start off with that build. It's completely fine. I transitioned from that build into this one, so without too much issue, right? I'm using mostly the same items and everything, so you can definitely just get started with that one, and then turn it into this. Once that build guide comes out, that's not a big deal. You'll probably spend an hour or something respecking and doing some more skill points, and that's probably it. So at least the other build should get you going, and then you get a bit of an idea of what we're trying to do, right? What other variations skeleton you can summon and how they distinct from the fire? Yeah, so what Vertigo says, right? And hey, Marlon. So you could go ice. I have a lot of fire going on right now, so I'm not doing that. But the mages over here, top right, you can turn them into cryomancers, and then you get chill, chance, and freeze and whatnot. You can turn the skeletons into. You can't turn the oh, here, yeah, here, ice arrow. Right, you can turn the archers into firing ice arrows. It's pretty good. Freeze rate. You can turn the death knight. What is it? These rays you can't turn into ice, I don't think. These are just rays. So that might then not be the way to go. But there are a few uniques that can support you. Especially if you happen to find this one. The Frozen Eye of Formosus, which drops from Formosus. You can see 246% minion freeze rate per stack of chill. And you can make your minions chill as well. Increased minion cold damage. This is pretty awesome, to be honest. So you could do that. It's fun. And then there are idols which have minion ice damage, or what is it? Minion cold damage. I think these ones. Right, this is minion fire, but this is minion cold. It scales up to 72 like the other ones. I don't have enough idols to make the swap, but you can pretty much get 4 of these. Now I have 4 fire idols, right? They all do fire damage, but you can turn them into cold. And then your gear, in my case, there doesn't need to be too many changes. But yeah, there is some fire over here. For example, here, this is a minion fire relic, right? I don't know if a minion cold relic exists, to be honest. I don't think so. There's minion necrotic. I don't think there's minion cold, to be honest. But you don't need it necessarily, right? What do you use as your damage spell? As a summoner or none at all? No, I don't really use a damage spell. I am buffing my minions. So I have, 14 permanent minions, and they use a lot of fire. So that scales with all the fire damage going on. And then I buff them with Dreadshade, which is this thing. And then everything in the circle deals more damage, and they attack a lot faster. So this is a massive damage boost. I do Armor Shred, which is another more multiplier. And I summon Rays, like these guys, which I basically tend to put between me and the enemies, so that the enemies attack these Rays. These are temporary minions. See, now they all die. And that's sort of how I control the battlefield, while my army is shooting everybody. And so far, it works pretty well. And I only have Transplant, which is a movement skill, so I can go all the way to over there, for example. It gives me a bit of mana back, which I need. And those are the skills. That's all I have. I gotta stop also. Yeah, I get it. I'm playing freeze versions. Yeah, with Volatile Zombie as effective skill and Transplant is movement. Right. Yeah, so I talked about Volatile, or someone suggested Volatile Zombie earlier today. I might swap out the Rays and try Zombie for a little bit. You can turn those into fire as well. It might scale actually quite a bit better than the Rays. Although it says fire. Okay, it says fire because sometimes it turns out as a flame wraith, right? But it's not super consistent. So yeah, I could try zombies. I kind of like the Wraiths though, because it gives me the control, right, over the battlefield. If I start summoning zombies instead, I'm not too sure if that gives me the same amount of control, and I might actually die. So yeah. Yeah, YouTube gives. Alright, very interesting. Are there unique items that grant you special summons, which are outside? Well, there are Phoenix, so, but whether they're worth it kind of depends. But for example, you have this one, which is a scythe, the Bone Harvester, and you have a 20% chance to summon a Skeleton Harvester for 15 seconds on kill. This only works if you kill, not if your minions kill, right? So if you are a Lich, which is the other subclass, and you have this weapon, you end up with a small army behind you of all of these Skeleton Harvesters. It's pretty cool. But these guys don't really scale all that well, right? Although by now they actually do get some scaling, it seems. So they get intelligence scaling and they get minion scaling. So yeah, if you have a lot of minion damage, this might be worth it. But that means you also need to do a little bit of killing. Otherwise it's not going to work. And are there more that... Yeah, this one summons This one summons minions as well, right? Here you have a 10% chance to summon a burning skeleton for 10 seconds. If you burn an enemy, once again, it's dependent on you, right? I'm sure there are other skills that summon minions. There's a relic that summons a crossbowman. This thing here, Malvern's Writ, is actually not horrible for... Oh, I need to close my window because of the mosquitoes and stuff. Just a second. Nothing permanent. Yeah, the crossbow mercenary is permanent. There's the idol that increases chance for fire. Yeah. You can do idols for the fire race as well, so you can get more of them. I found an idol that changed my shield throw into void. Yeah. There are also unique idols, I think, by now. I haven't found any of those. Because Grimdom actually have additional permanent minions you can pop out of gear. Yeah, but this is an addition. This is a permanent minion, the +1 crossbow mercenary. So if I slot this in, I can slot this in. No, I can't actually. It messes up my skill. But if I would slot this in, I would get I would get another minion. And does it scale? Actually, it scales with minion. Dexterity scale. Okay, but it's it has dexterity scaling. It doesn't have intelligence scaling, so that's a bit of a shame. Tommy L, do you like this game better than Grim Dawn? I do, yeah. I personally do. But yeah. I mean, objectively, I think Grim Dawn might be still a better game, given, you know, the content and the way it like runs and the build variety potentially. But I like both, right? It's not. I'm not sure if one is per se better than another. I play this game a lot more than Grim Dawn. Yeah, you're still pretty new to LE. Yeah, haven't even got to level 100 yet. Honestly, I have what is it, like 1100 hours into the game. This is gonna be my first level 100 character. So it takes a long time, right, for a character to reach level 100. So I wouldn't feel too bad about it if I were you. I am just checking. Oh, here's something that popped up. Chance to dodge and endurance. Apply mark for death. None of this is amazing, but we're gonna go with mark for death, I think. Bedankt ouwe. Yeah, sure, buddy. Okay, I haven't gone to maps yet. I'm like level 49. Yeah, I see. Die, got here late. How does Abomination fit into the build? In my case, it doesn't fit into the build. So I'm not using an Abomination anymore. I think Abomination is not great. Personally, I tried it in my other build, a permanent Abomination, just because I can, I guess. And it was decent as a tank, right? It was good. It was good as a tank, I would say, but it's not really doing too much. And if you make a permanent Abomination, you're gonna be very limited as to what that guy can do because of the limitations of that node, right? So, yeah. Yeah, the Necro build looks fun. It's a fun build, and it does decent. It does decent damage actually. I mean, the numbers individually may not look that impressive, but there is an awful lot of attack speed going on here, right? So it blows up pretty much everything so far. And we're at 133 corruption, which is not the highest. But it's... I've seen a lot worse. This is my best minion build so far for sure. I agree with the Abomination. Yeah, I didn't think it was much better than the Golem, so I left it out. Yeah, so I took both. I made a minion build with only permanent minions and no other skills. So I had 5 minion skills. I had pretty much all of the minion skills in a single build. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but it did empower timelines fine with up to 100 corruption. Completely fine. Didn't after that it fell off a little bit, right? Because scaling that is just very difficult. But I had Fire Golem, I had Fire Archers, I had 2 permanent Rays, I had some Fire... I had 1 single Archmage, a big Archmage, and then I had the Abomination. With all its limitation, also permanent. And I turned that guy into a tank. Because I first made him damage, I just didn't do much, honestly. So... I thought, you know what, it makes a lot more sense for this guy to be damaged. Another Aberrant's Call. Plus 11 maximum raise. Oh wait, you can get plus 3 to some raise. I didn't know. All of my drops were plus 2 so far. Interesting. And you can get up to 62 mana regen. That is actually quite a bit. Yeah, we'll take it. I'll figure out the loot later off stream. Oh, that's not bad at all. I wasn't aware. I kind of like that as well. That they put quite a bit of variety in the uniques, in the RNG, in the rolls. Yeah, it's fire all over the screen. It's fun, right? I'd rather have the additional skeletons. Yeah, no, I agreed. I agree. The build was more of a showcase almost as to like what would happen if you really push the archetype that EHG is promoting, right? If you really push the permanent summoner, or the lazy summoner as I called it, and it's not great. You know, I really don't want to give these guys 42% endurance. What do we have here? Mark for death, rare enemies. We're just gonna do this dude. Plus 5 corruption, right? Is what I need. If I get a chance to kill the mosquito, I'm gonna. By the way, it's a massive one. It's one of those, I don't know what it's in English, but you have like your regular mosquitoes and then you have like the massive ones. That I'm not even sure if they sting, but I don't want that bullshit in my house, right? No, I agree. So now I got rid of the Abomination and I just have the skeletons. It's a lot better. There's so much more. It's an insane difference in terms of damage. But it's also a small sort of like showcase showing EHG like, hey guys, this permanent minions isn't really working out just yet. Alright, well, so you can see single target damage, even though you couldn't see the health bar, but this guy has quite a bit of damage by now. Een glazenwasser, what? Ja, en geen glazen, ja, also, but also een langpootmug, right? I think. So yeah, we'll pick up the ring, but it's pointless, right? So you see the single target of this build is pretty impressive so far. I mean, this is an Orbis with some modifiers, 133 corruption. Now we're at 35. So it's not too bad. A final boss mosquito, yeah, exactly. We'll just go in a random direction. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, so the permanent minion build was more to show like, hey, you know, if you take permanent minions to the extreme, then what do you end up with, right? And you end up with something that is okay, but not great. This build is a lot better. And it's not even a big difference, honestly. Like it's mostly the same. I only changed 2 skills. I got transplant for a bit of mana, and I got Dreadshade for the buff, right? Because this buff is amazing. Like it's insane. It's insane how much more damage Dreadshade is. If you spec it into you know, the more damage modifiers and the attack speed and whatnot. It's honestly pretty nuts. Like these dragon, look at how fast this dragon dies. Like what is even going on? Goed uit Oman. Holy moly, that's pretty far away. Yeah, thank you, buddy. Have a good time over there. Not bad. Not bad. I'm gonna prepare a little bit of sushi. Well, not prepare. I bought prepared sushi, but I'm gonna eat a little bit of sushi. Cause I'm hungry. And it's not cold anymore, so now it's actually good. Let me, how am I gonna do this? I guess like this. We got the soy sauce, guys. A bit of soy sauce. And then, and then the chopsticks. Eating with the chopsticks. This is the song I was talking about, by the way. This is an amazing song, right? Also for the zone. Like this is one of the best songs in the entire game, I think. It reminds me a lot of Lord of the Rings, for some reason. Like, I don't know, Minas Tirith or something. I'm not a massive Lord of the Rings fan, but I could imagine some sort of elven, you know, elven town, Rivendell maybe. And then playing this, right? So many ways to spec Dreadshade. Yeah. Are you casting it on enemies or yourself? Yeah, all my minions, right? I'll show you while I prepare my food. This is how I spec it so far. So I'm taking this one so that it doesn't drain the health of the minion. Because I find it annoying to having to recast next to my draft shades also, you know, another minion that then at some point dies because normally it does damage. So I'm doing this. I went with area because I need as many minions to get the buff, right? I gave them base damage, which seems to do a lot, honestly, even though my minions typically don't do that much necrotic damage. I still feel this works pretty well. But I could be wrong, and maybe I could spend these 4 points somewhere else, but I wouldn't really know where, to be honest. Area, once again, plus 100%. More damage multiplier, right? Which is insane, honestly. Like, these more damage multipliers, it's nuts. And then the attack speed. Yeah, you missed them. That keeps them from dying. Yeah, it's this node. This is a pretty good node, man. Because this means you have this for the full duration. Well, yeah, you have it for the full duration. So it sticks like 20 seconds or 30 seconds, and then you have to reapply. So I get the buff effect for minion health. This is actually, by the way, why do I have this? This is pointless because, okay. This is pointless. I don't need this, right? Because my minion health isn't decaying. So I should put these 3 points into something else. Into I don't really need mana efficiency either, I don't feel. The 13%. The maximum shades isn't gonna do anything. Yeah, I could refresh it. Oh wait, refreshes the infernal shades. Yeah, that doesn't work. So I potentially got 4 points to spend. I could do even more damage. Potentially. Yourself and allies affected. Mark for death duration. Sacrifice. Minions have now... Yeah, but Damned doesn't do anything. Like, I don't have any synergy with Damned. So what am I going to do with these points? Get more... Maybe give them armor or something? Or vitality. For a fixed duration after being cast. I don't know, grants haste? But it ignites everybody. Can I get there with these points? 1, 2... No. I don't have enough points. Blinds your minion? Yeah, but... That doesn't really work too well either. I'm kind of limited. Like, I could do the Mark for Death because... I have Mark for Death on hit, but it's a low hit chance, so it doesn't always apply. But it's only when it expires. So that's not really all that useful. I'm not sure. I don't want it to attach to an enemy, right? That makes no sense. Any suggestions from the audience here? Maybe just take more mana efficiency or something. The armor's pretty good. But I don't really have these guys dying, to be honest. And I don't wanna turn into poison or something. Since I've been playing this, I haven't touched PoE. Ah, that's good. That's good. It's weird that you have like spare points and you don't really know where to put them. I guess we could go for Damned, but Damned doesn't really do too much, right? 25 base necrotic damage reduces target health regen. Okay, I mean the reducing target health regen is not a bad idea, so I could put 1 point in there. Oh, and then I can stack. Inflicts damage each seconds to all enemies and friendly minions in its area. That's a bad idea. Yeah, so many choices. Yeah, that's true. So I think we'll go with the armor. 1 point. We'll put 1 point in Duskheart. That seems pretty decent. And then probably another point in mana efficiency or something. Because that's completely fine. Right. What I do is if I get all the nodes I want, if I'm a little squishy, I'll start grabbing once I get armor block something if I use shield. Yeah, I already use a shield to sort of survive myself. But yeah, that's typically a good idea. I tend to go for damage as well first. Because, you know, if you never reach the point where you have enough damage, let's say, it's gonna feel pretty bad, your build overall. So I usually aim for damage first and then defenses later. Also depends on the content you want to run, right? Yeah, you can always kite. Yeah. Up to a point, right? Up to a point, because... Don't kill me. Because at some point, you're not going to be able to kite anymore, right? This is free experience. So who is summoning these rays? Sir? So I can't take any potions now, or use any skills, honestly. Because I'm playing with one hand. This is potentially actually a pretty bad idea. I didn't really think this through. Okay, so is this gonna... How much does that hurt? Potentially a lot. Hmm. Yeah, the maximum on a belt is 5, typically speaking. You can have some prefixes or suffixes that give you up to, I think, 3 more, potentially. But there's a unique that gives you 10 potions, which is pretty cool. Yeah, there's an affix. There's a unique for like 10 potions if you want them. Ten is a lot, honestly. You really like the forge system? Yeah. That's cool. Crafting is crafting is super deterministic in this game, which is a fresh, you know, sort of fresh perspective on crafting, especially if you play a lot of PoE. I'm trying to eat sushi and not die. Not sure if it's gonna work out that well. Yeah, they adjusted their potion system for sure, but not everybody likes it. GDG themselves don't like it either, so it was a bit of a failure, but I still think it's better than the old system. I should have stayed in the end of time. I got a small piece of sushi to go though. Like we'll probably survive. I got one more potion. Okay. Okay, time to summon my army. And we can actually go. I never had sushi, but I should since everyone loves it. It is, I would say it's a little bit of an acquired taste, honestly. Sushi. It's, and definitely not everybody likes it. But I like it quite a bit. It's also easy food, right? Like, it doesn't require cooking, so you can eat it cold or not so cold. It's like it's all good. It's pretty comforting food. There's likely to be another balancing pass in the upcoming hotfix in E. Yeah, more nerfs. Is there gonna be more nerfs to the enemies? Because holy moly, these new enemies. What is even going on there? If you encounter these guys in the monolith, you're not happy, right? Like, at all. Okay, so let's give him the damn skill, let's give him the armor, and then we'll pick the last point in mana efficiency, I guess. Okay. And hey, Grim Reaper. How you doing, buddy? Man, this game changed so much since I was watching the alpha and the Kickstarter video. Yeah, if you look at the Kickstarter video now, it's you can't compare that anymore, right? It's massive. I wasn't involved since Kickstarter, but I have been. I bought the game when it was just in early access. I think I bought it in April or May 2019. So I've been there pretty much since the start, but I was not playing the alpha, right? Some people have been playing the alpha, so that was a little different. But I've been there pretty much since early access launched, and also since that time, there have been massive differences, right? Like the game has changed massively in that sense. So, yeah. Hey, how's it going, Grim Reaper? Yeah, it's going well. It's I'm trying another version of a minion build. I made a guide about a permanent minion build, but that was more like a showcase what you could do potentially, but it wasn't necessarily good. And this build's a lot better, honestly. So I'm pretty happy so far with how it's turning out. I'm trying to increase the corruption level. It's 138 now. So, you know. It's okay. We're trying to get to, I don't know, like 200 maybe, and then see how the build holds up. But so far it's doing pretty well. So I'm pretty happy. I don't need to go all the way up to like 400 or 500 corruption. I don't really see the point, honestly. I so far actually find the let's say the process of increasing corruption honestly a little bit tedious, right? It takes a long time to do all of this. So yeah, honestly not too sure how I feel about that. Because even with a decent build, I mean this is a decent enough build, right? It's much better than my previous one. And you can be relatively fast as well throughout the monolith. It's still, you know, finding the shard again. You have to think a little bit about modifiers, right? You can't just run anything, I suppose. For example, if I give them crit avoidance, it's pretty detrimental, right? Because I'm scaling crit. So you're gonna immediately sort of notice how bad that is if I do that. So there's a few things I need to avoid. But most of the stuff I can run completely fine still. And yeah. Oh, it's another one of those. Yeah, this serpent's milk or something. Interesting, unique. I haven't really figured out what you're supposed to do with that. Alpha was rough. Sorting through shards by hovering over them in your stash. Yeah, really? I mean, a PoE still has that, right? So, to some extent. But it also, I mean, also the way alpha looks, and to a large extent the way beta looked, is a world, is an entirely different system right now, right? I've used it with fire conversion, serpent's milk, on the poison, chance to ignite. 200% extra ignite chance. Fire conversion. How? What's the source of the fire conversion? Because I put this on just these minions and see what would happen, but it's not impressive at all. So you mean the fire conversion on the mages? I tried that actually, like this fire conversion over here. Poison chance goes to ignite chance. Yeah. Oh, in the minion skill tree. Yeah, in the minion skill tree. Yeah, so this one, right? I tried it and then I went like more of an ignite route, and I was honestly not impressed by it. The previous iteration of this was a fire ignite damage over time build, and I was using the amulet indeed, so I had the same idea, and I used the new two-handed staff. Where is it? I used this one. Well, this might be last patch, honestly, but I only found it this patch. So, you know, it looks pretty good, right, on paper. And then the nearest minion to do some sort of Dragon Flame Nova, I was like, yeah, sure, fine, right? Let's try this out. It was pretty bad. I gotta say, I felt this was pretty bad. So, yeah, honestly, not too sure about it. Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm not sure why that didn't really work, but it didn't feel great, in my opinion. The on-hit damage seems a lot easier to scale, because even for some reason ignite seems terrible. I don't know, and because there's a lot of ignite stacks going off. Like I had basically the same number of minions. And the same attack speed and whatnot. Like I must have easily reached 50 to 100 ignite stacks, like easily, but it just doesn't really do a lot of damage. It seems that ignite scaling on at least minions, I don't know. Yeah, I was not impressed. Glancing blow is also really not great, right? Do I want bows though? Glancing blow and dodge, holy moly. It already hurts my soul looking at it, right? But fine, we might go there. What else do we have? Shred armor. I care more about the corruption than about the loot by now, so I think it's fine. Yeah, ignite in all feels a little off. It used to be a lot better, honestly. I mean, I've made an ignite build before. It was completely fine. So I'm not sure ignite has changed over time. I have been keeping up with the patch notes and everything. I don't remember like a nerf to ignite, but maybe the enemy scaling got a little bit different or something. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but yeah, ignite does not feel good to me. I'm sure you can make it work, but I was not too impressed by it. I like that in a little unique can be built around for endgame like your reach. Yeah, I tried several other options thinking that, you know, surely there must be something better than reach. But I found the combination of like the specific damage types, which I'm already doing, right? Bow and spells, that's basically what I'm doing. And then also the additional attack speed that both of these minions get. Plus the -3, honestly. The -3 is kind of nice. -3 mana cost. Because we're summoning a lot of these rays. So it actually helps. Yeah, it's I find it hard to beat. And I'm using the dying breath or something, or what is it? The death rattle. Using that one as well, right? It's pretty good. Yeah, it works for sure. Yeah, exactly. Excuse me. So, yeah, here's another one. But this is only 72, so this is pretty bad. And the leech is not bad either. Like it's hard to. Well, I could turn on minion health bars, but you don't want to look at that, right? But I feel it helps a lot in the survivability of the minions, because I've tried some other combinations, it just doesn't feel as good. And sometimes, in my opinion at least, I just want to try out a few things, run a few, well, maps or echoes, and then make up my mind, right? Does this feel better or not? Because from time to time, you may, on paper, it might be better, but then you play the game and you're like, yeah, I don't know, something feels off, right? I think on paper, Ignite should do very well. But then every time I try it in game, I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm not impressed by this at all, actually. You never used it once since the Synatheus set has come out. Oh, you used the... yeah, I haven't actually tried that. I might give that a go. I have that set. Holy moly. It gives them an awful lot of resistances, huh? Is Dreadshade considered a curse? No, it's not a curse. That's a shame, right? Because it gives you curse and stuff. That throws me over the Ignite. The Ignite is a damage value that is not tied to how big the hit is that ignited. Yeah, exactly. The damage value scales with, you know, damage over time and fire... Oh, wait, I'm missing something. Damage over time and fire damage and elemental damage over time. Which is probably the best thing to skill, right? Elemental damage over time. But it still feels underwhelming. To me, at least. But I mean, I'm not the best sort of like builder in Last Epoch, right? I mean, I'm making builds that I think look cool or that I find interesting or fun. I don't really make builds to push 400 corruption, because honestly, the process of getting corruption, holy moly, this takes ages, right? I mean, if you want, once you set it up, I guess on the character you can keep respecking, but I'm only at 100, like 38 corruption or something. I'm already taking hours and hours. Like, what the hell? Why is this taking so long? Seems pretty nuts to me. That's something I'm not really enjoying too much in the end game. Like the fact that this is not account wide. Like, I keep dying from that. You know that? I just don't see it. And maybe it's just not there. I'm not entirely sure. But this is like an on-death effect, which we all love, right? I mean, who doesn't like on-death effects? Let's be honest. So, yeah, okay, there's that. Because you do arenas, right? You want 100% crit avoidance for means. I see that. Yeah, I tried the ring for a little bit. The ring from the Abomination boss. Not sure what it's called. It also gives your minions crit avoidance. It seems pretty good. I don't do arena. I mean, I find it extremely boring. I can see the appeal, I suppose, for some people, but to me it's extremely boring. I can't. I mean, I fall asleep literally. I literally fall asleep when I do arena. So yeah, I do monoliths. I like the sense of progression in the monolith, but yeah. Yeah, corruption is very tedious. Yeah, I agree. I don't know. I'm gonna mention that to some extent also in the video that I'm making about this, because yeah, what I was saying about like account-wide progress, I suppose. If you compare this to, for example, Path of Exile Atlas, as soon as you have unlocked maps and things in the Atlas, and you create a new character, that stuff is still there, right? You don't have to unlock the entire new Atlas again. Which makes a lot of sense, in my opinion. And so I don't really know why you need for each character to unlock the entire endgame system again and again and again. It's kind of depressing. And I hope they find a way to do this. Because for the blessings and whatnot, I mean, I don't mind having to run an actual you know, an actual timeline in order to receive a blessing. That's completely fine. But at least give me the choice which timeline I'm starting on, right? Or which timeline I want to do. Instead of forcing me down another path of, well, this stuff. Right, which is just not, it's just not great. It's just not great. I think it's actually Elite's strongest point, that you can create your own build on the fly, that you don't have to plan it several builds ahead. I agree. I agree. Greater risk in D3 is to be done from the beginning too, with decent gear, you strength character, you can fly through it. Yeah, and I feel that's not really the case for Last Epoch, right? Because you are forced through, well, through all of these islands, right? You need to, well, not all of them. You can choose, I guess, whether you go left or right, but that's about it. I mean, you can go left or right, and then you have to go through all of these, and then you need to do these 3, and only then do you have the empowered timelines, right? And it takes ages. It takes so long. And then you want corruption on some of these, and I'm just picking a random one, which might be a bad idea, but I don't really care by now. And then holy moly. So, at least the complete old school experience should probably have a couple of uniques, but that's it. What do you mean? I don't really get what you mean. Let me have a look at that set. Acolyte. Yeah, this one, right? Synathias. So I'm gonna lose some block chance, but I'm getting +1 for minion skills, and then this gives me resistances, curse damage. I don't really provide curses though, so it doesn't synergize too well with my build, which is why I didn't take it. I considered it before, but now I'm looking at it again. I'm like, yeah, I can see why I didn't take it, right? In terms of leveling another character, yeah. I mean, it might be by design, but I think it's gonna throw off a lot of people. Honestly, that's what I feel. I feel it's gonna throw off a lot of people because, in my opinion, it contradicts a little bit with a lot of the other things that Last Epoch has got going for it. And so I'll try to be a little bit more specific, right? Otherwise you guys are thinking like, what the hell is he talking about? So if you look, for example, at the way that you can basically almost on the fly, not entirely, but almost on the fly, especially if you are already in endgame, how easy it is to sort of respec or try out different builds or try out different gear, or, you know, just do a lot of experimentation with builds. That is fairly easy. The only thing that you cannot change is your subclass, right? Your mastery. That's locked. But that's it. So, and to me, that's a pretty big contradiction, or at least difference, but I think also a contradiction with the way that sort of the gameplay progression is set up, which to me honestly doesn't make an awful lot of sense, because this game really incentivizes like player choice. It's one of their design pillars even, and with that like build diversity and whatnot, and they really have a lot of build diversity already in their game, right? But then they're still forcing you through this path of the campaign, which is extremely linear, and there's no variation in it whatsoever. And then they force you down the path of the Monolith of Fate, which is also extremely linear and has no diversity in it. And it just feels weird that you have these sort of opposites almost. In one case, you can just really respec easily and you're encouraged to try out several builds, but you're absolutely not encouraged to create another character, right? I mean, creating another character feels horrible. So that doesn't make sense, in my opinion. I think you would either go like a hardcore, but then the full old school, old-fashioned way, and make everything be tedious and have a lot of friction, as Chris Wilson would say, right? Or or stick to the idea of like what you're doing, and then you know, don't make me unlock the entire endgame system for each and every character. You know how many characters I've made over the years? It's insane, right? It's not fun. I think people aren't using it correctly because of the +2 curses and use with it. What do you mean? Because it feels a little bit to me, that set that but that might be just, you know, this is not really substantial, I suppose, but it feels a little bit like a waste, right? Because it has so many stats on it that I'm not using. Yeah. It works with curses and gives adaptive damage to curses. Yeah, exactly, but I'm not using curses, right? So that's my point. So I think if you run Spirit Plague, let's say, with some minions for whatever reason, maybe with Dreadshade, which can trigger Spirit Plague, and then you put it on volatile zombies, and then you go with that set, might be pretty good, right? Might be pretty good. I can see something like that work. So, but for my build, it would be good for minion health, let's say. They're not dying too much yet. That might change. But for now, they tend to stay alive, and yeah. I wouldn't use it now, but maybe in I don't know, once we reach 200 corruption in like 23 years, maybe my minions keep dying and dying over and over again, and then it might be worth swapping, right? Make them crit immune, give them some resistances, additional resistances, and see the impact, because I'm sure it helps, right? I'm sure it helps, but I feel like there might be an OP combination someone has thought of. Yeah, so. Yeah, no, I agree. Probably. I think if you look at the set, I mean, they're clearly pushing a minion with a curse, right? So Bone Curse is also a curse, of course, but the Bone Curse itself doesn't do damage, right? It makes them take more damage, but it doesn't do damage, right? So I'm not sure if that adaptive damage scales with Bone Curse. But with Spirit Plague, for sure it does, right? So you could do something with minions and Spirit Plague, and then you just need to figure out what kind of minions you're running. But if you're gonna go with, like, I don't know, necrotic damage, and you do the shared necrotic damage or something, I can see something working like that. It could be fun. And you can have stuff like Dreadshade cast Spirit Plague. And you can use that unique, the shield, I think it is. There's a unique shield that has you cast Spirit Plague on melee or on hit. You cast Spirit Plague on hit. So that's pretty fun. I don't know, there should be something there. Yeah, it causes additional damage on hit to the cursed. Yeah, exactly. So it can also be pretty strong then. Yeah, I could, you know, I could theoretically, for example, get rid of the race. Because I don't think I should be getting rid of the Dreadshade. Like, the Dreadshade does so much damage if I don't forget to activate it. And it's like 2-3 times the damage almost if I got that up. Like, these are absolutely melting 3 enemies with Dreadshade up. So Dreadshade is not something I want to lose because it does so much damage. But I could theoretically lose the race and try Bone Curse. Just not entirely sure if that means that my army is gonna be in a lot more trouble, because one of the things I really like about sort of self-casting the Wraith one at a time is that I can put them at a place where I need them, without having to worry about a cooldown or something like that. And so I am just making sure that there are a bunch of rays between me and the enemies, And so far that's actually working really well. So I'm kind of liking this setup still. I don't have much reasons to change, to be honest. I reviewed into respecking and got back to Titan Quest lately, and other than refund, invested skill points and skill tree, you're still stuck with the 2 builds you've chosen. Yeah. You can respec out of them, you need to create a new tune. Right, the thing is Titan Quest campaign is long. Yeah, it's long at this point, yeah. That you literally need to play through the entire thing to get your build to a decent place. It's a huge time sink. Yeah. I did love Titan Quest though. But I think there was something special about Titan Quest, right? I don't know what it was. I played so much Titan Quest as well. But for some reason I didn't literally play that much Grim Dawn, which is like the spiritual successor, right? So not too sure why, to be honest, because I do enjoy it. Let's get another stash tab 60. -5. I thought you could have 5 pyromancers. Oh yeah, I saw. Yeah, here. There you go. You can. Just one of them died. Absolutely the same for me. Love Titan Quest, but never got much into Grim Dawn. Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? Because I think Grim Dawn is a really good game. I don't know. There was just something about Titan Quest. Maybe it was like the whole mythology around it. I absolutely love like the Greek and the Roman mythology, and it literally placed you into that world. And it was, I think, a refreshing ARPG at the time. The ragdoll physics were amazing, right? It was just not something that you really saw all that much. Those ragdolls and whatnot, and the combat felt good, and the graphics were amazing for the time. It was just a very good game, and the campaign was fun, right? And difficult as well. I remember at some point you got into like some sort of jungle level or like some jungle area, and there were a bunch of tigers. Those tigers hurt like hell, man. It was insane. I haven't played the game in probably like 10 years, but yeah, I have good memories of Titan Quest. The game doesn't really like this, huh? Performance is pretty bad. It's not the stream. It's the game. I'll put the FPS meter up as well, so you can see that if you're interested. Yeah, you're welcome. No, my bad. Yeah, sometimes they die, but so far they're actually doing surprisingly well. This is not a very good version. They do surprisingly well, and I think it's because I so far still managed to put a lot of minions in between. Alright, so we're going this way, right? That seems to be the proper course of action. Damn, I literally have the Titan Quest Gold Edition. Yeah, on CD-ROM. Yeah, I had that too. Yeah, you don't have a drive. Yeah, same thing here. You can buy it on Steam. I actually have it on Steam, but it crashes for me. I can't run it. There's something wrong with the Steam version. At least for me. At least when I tried it. which is probably a few years ago by now. But I think I got the Titan Quest, probably the DLCs as well. I probably bought it on sale or something and then tried installing it once and it didn't work, and then never looked at it again. You know, something like that probably. Oh, DVD-ROM. Ooh, modern stuff. Yeah, it was in the time of the DVD. Powered by GameSpy. Yeah, I still remember the logo, right? Like the red hooded guy in the black background. I don't know, for some reason back in the day, games seemed to make such an impression on me, at least. I'm not sure if it is because you're younger, or what it is. Not entirely sure. But I just don't really get that excited anymore about video games. About most video games, I must say. Maybe I'm getting old. I don't know. But there are so many sort of like vivid video game memories that I have from when I was much smaller. And if I then look at the last 5 years or so, where I potentially play even more video games than I was a kid, because as a kid, you know, I had to go to school and I couldn't always play what I wanted because of my parents, right? Whereas now I can play if I want. Well, I need to go to my work, but that's about it, right? And sometimes I have weekends I only play video games, right? But if I then look back at, you know, how many sort of memorable gaming moments did I have in the last 5 years that I still vividly remember, or when a game pops up, I'm like, oh yeah, that was really amazing, right? Really not that many. And it feels like I have so many of the old days, of the old games like Grim Dawn or Final Fantasy 7 or Final Fantasy 8 or Final Fantasy 9. Like I was completely mesmerized by those games. And that just doesn't seem to happen that much anymore. Yeah, probably your age. Yeah. Zelda temples and schoolyard. Yeah. In which and where to find them. I mean, the internet didn't really. I mean, it kind of existed, I guess. But it was. You couldn't just go to the internet. Now you can now, right? And find a guide. You actually had to. You actually had to figure things out yourself, right? Or buy a book. You had to buy written guides. For example, Final Fantasy 7, it took me, I'm thinking this is an arena. And I'm like, why are the enemies not coming, right? But it's not an arena. It's the arena area, but it's a level. Yeah, okay, we're still awake. I remember figuring out in Final Fantasy 7, much later, that there were entire islands on the world that you could only reach by chocobo breeding, which is something that I didn't really do with the most powerful materia. And I only figured it out because later down the line I read like a guide, and then I played the game once more. There were so many sort of hidden things and secrets into that game, and it really changed my view on what video games are, right? To me, that is the best game ever made, for various reasons. And I think in the sense of like really getting immersed and like experience a game in that sense, probably despite all the memes, probably Cyberpunk was the game for me that did that again. Right? Whenever I was just playing Cyberpunk, I was completely immersed in that world. Right? Despite all the bugs, which on PC weren't too bad. At least not for me. But that was another one of those worlds that were just amazing. How everything was created. I was so impressed by that game. After all, I'm gonna revisit it at some point. They're still fixing it, but holy moly, what a good game, you know. If you get a chance, don't buy it on a console, right? Because on the consoles it's apparently horrible. But if it's on sale or something and you have a decent enough PC, at least a PC like mine, but hopefully, ideally better, give it a go. You know, it's really good. I found it was really. I thought it was really good. Do you guys... Is this just because I have low settings that this bridge looks absolutely horrendous? Or is it... Did some textures not load in properly? Like, I know I'm on low settings, but this seems a bit much, right? I mean... Let's put it... It is also on streamer mode. The gameplay is smooth, but your stream is stuttering. Enable this option. It's the other way around, guys. Do you have something for the other way around? My stream is smooth, but the game is stuttering. It's on very low. Let's put it on high. Apply changes. What's this bridge gonna do? Okay. Yeah, okay. What's my stream gonna do if I put it on high? That's more of the question, I guess. Yeah, N64. I just noticed it. I was looking at this bridge and what the hell is going on here, right? I don't mind low textures, but this is like, it's a bit much. We can try on high for a while. I'll keep an eye on the stream. It seems to be okay for now, but it could get... the interesting thing I found with performance in last Epoch is that for some reason your graphical settings don't really matter. Which is kind of like... Okay. You know. Like, that is a little weird. I sometimes even play on the screen behind me, and it runs about the same, despite it having twice the number of pixels. It's just okay. Apparently it's neither the pixels nor graphic settings. It's something else that from time to time completely ruins frames per second, right? But it's relatively-ish stable, like between, I don't know, between 50 and 60. While streaming, it's not the end of the world, I would say. It looks a little better. Should look a little better for you as well. Although, you know, it doesn't matter that much, I guess. But if they're all together with Dreadshade, it's pretty nuts, honestly. You can't really see the AoE here. It's very hard to see, honestly. The AoE from the enemies. They're slamming the ground and then they have these 5 things coming down. But the purple on yellow, it's not really all that visible, to be honest. And it does kill you, you know, it hurts like hell. Okay. Yeah, I do experience a bit less. It's definitely a little bit less smooth. But maybe don't go to maybe go to like low, right? Let's go to low. and not like, because this doesn't seem like all that different, to be honest. What's the... Apparently they rather have preferred than off, but it's okay. Reflection is low. I'm fine with this. Oh, one Skelly died. Okay. Let's see. We got still quite a bit to go. You want to get as far away from the center to get as much corruption as you can, but there is a limit. At some point, you know, you can't travel any further. But this looks pretty promising. Let's see. Damage, health, and frenzy and haste. That's completely fine. I'll get a set item and we'll get a unique if you don't die. Yeah, sure. Let's go that route. Oh. This is the song I was talking about earlier. So, I'm not sure you guys remember what this song used to sound like, but this song, unless they made, I mean, I'm gonna get some of the old footage, which has the song in it, but I am like 99% sure that this is the same song, and they stripped away some of the melodies that I complained about in the video. Because they were so incredibly sharp. I could quickly go to the zone where the song actually plays. I think I remember where that was. It's in the Wraith Dunes, I think. Now that I listened to it, I'm not entirely sure it was this song, but it's a song that is very similar to this one. Another desert song. This song is actually quite nice. Minion fire damage, but not a lot. This song is actually quite nice. Look, I don't mind this kind of music in the background, right? You could still argue if this is actually fitting of what you're doing, but at least there's, you know, there's something going on. A little bit of drums. And, you know, not music that instantly wants to make you kill yourself. Which is kind of nice from time to time as well, right? It's not completely hopeless. Alright, where do we need to go? Over here. Let's give them the buff again. Okay. Kill it. Guys, you can do it. There we go. Was about to say it's not bad. Yeah, despite that one loud trumpet and that I think that one loud trumpet they got rid of it. Right? Let me try if I can find that zone. It's in the Imperial era somewhere. I think in the Wraith Dunes or in the Majesson Desert. It's one of the two. Let's see. It's in my video as well. I specifically said like what the hell's going on here, right? Yeah, this is the song. Let's just walk around a bit. Because here at some point you get these like weird sort of like melodic accents that really have no place in the song at all. Yeah, is this the same song? I'm still not entirely sure. Yeah, here it is. See? There used to be trumpets in this part. And they mixed them out. Because they were like extremely loud. They and out of nowhere. It wasn't this part of the song and they mixed it out. Right? Because they didn't change anything else. I can let you hear the original. I have it on tape somewhere. It's a clear difference. It's a great change, because it means a few things, right? It means they listen to feedback, because I specifically complained about that song. I was like, holy moly, guys, what are these trumpets, or what? I wasn't even sure it was trumpets, to be honest, but it was extremely like loud. It was not good. Randomly loud, exactly. Yeah, I had the exact same thing, right? I was leveling. I was just running through this zone like in a campaign, and I just played with in-game music, and I was just playing, and everything was fine, and then all of a sudden these trumpets came out of nowhere. I was like, holy moly, what is this, dude? Yeah, randomly loud, but now they're completely gone, right? They completely killed the trumpets. Great change. Yeah, I'm putting that in the video for sure. I think it really makes me appreciate the whole development cycle of this game so much more. Not just that they listen to me, which is always nice, but just in general that they really take feedback seriously, and they try to make a better game, right? Including music, and well, hopefully the sound effects get a bit of an upgrade at some point as well. I still feel the sound effects I don't know. It's much harder to describe why it doesn't really seem to work. I with the music, I had a pretty decent idea of like, okay, but this is why it doesn't work. With the sound effects, it's a little bit more difficult to like put my finger on what the actual problem is. But it comes down to that it feels light or something. That it feels that as if like the sort of the bass and all the mid section has been toned away by the sound effects, and you only hear treble. Right? You only hear treble, and you hear like mid and high frequencies. And all the sort of the force is mixed out of them. And I really feel it is like some sort of a mixing issue. Honestly, I'm not sure the sound effects themselves are even bad or poorly recorded or something. Like that could be the case, and then you're screwed, right? But because then you just need to re-record it. You can't fix it. But I feel that it's salvageable, but they just need to make it more impactful. Like all these arrows, for example, it's like choo 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 choo. It's so, it sounds so cheap. Yeah, they seem flat. It is, to me it sounds cheap, as if these are just sounds from from a third-party library, and not actually recorded themselves, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe some of the sounds are from a library, right? And they're just placeholders. I don't know. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, I know Yeah, a bit flat. Oh yeah, it's another... I really need to be careful of those sort of exploding dudes, because there seems to be no indication of them dying and then exploding 6 times. I can't see it. I'm either missing the on-death effect or there's something else going on. But I don't see it. This song, by the way, also pretty good. Also for the theme was. Oh, another one of these. Yeah, this I'm gonna try out at some point as well. This just seems super fun, right? A block rogue. I mean, what is that all about? Really? You know, we're gonna make a block rogue now. I think it could be fun. I have no idea if this is gonna be any good, but it's like bleed block, right? That's what they want you to do, and then you go glancing blow in the tree, and then the set bonus is glancing blow chance converted to block chance. I mean, you're giving up a lot, right, with this helmet, to be honest. Because you could have +4 to skills or even more without an exalted item, right? So you're giving up potentially 4 skill points for this, only to play a block rogue. But okay, you know, you don't. This doesn't come with. Oh, you get 2 skill points back. Okay, with Flurry and Lethal Mirage, so you're missing 2. It's not the end of the world, I guess. You get a pretty bad shield, a bandit shield. 10 dex, I guess, is nice, but it's a little bit like, not too sure, but it could be fun. Not entirely sure still what you would play with this. It's always +1, right? Yeah, the range is 1-1. It's pretty fixed. This is a good roll, by the way, apart from the damage. This is a good roll on the damage as well. The rest is middling, but I think the 30% damage might be worth it. I mean, unless you want more dexterity, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I'll try it at some point. It seems pretty fun. Okay, that's another. I'll figure this out after stream. We can keep going. Is this plus? It's +1 corruption. Okay, hopefully this stream gets keeps going a little bit. That'd be nice. Increased damage, regen health. Yeah, that's all good. Is there any news about a new patch, by the way? Someone mentioned that they're gonna do another round of balancing. Is there news about a new patch coming out still? Another hotfix? I like this track as well. This track was already there. It's good. This is a good soundtrack. Yeah, I don't need those. I'm never gonna use it. Okay, we can keep going. This is good. Rare enemies regen health. I think the next round we're gonna lose the race for a little bit, and do some volatile zombies, and see how that works. If that's any better. I can imagine it could be more damage. Also because I'm scaling a lot of minion fire damage already, so I think you can turn them into fire. It might actually not be a bad idea. Okay, I get +7 corruption here. It's not bad. We can try and go further. This is also +7. Here you can get a bit more, I suppose. Increased fizz, increased cooldown recovery speed. That's fine. Right, what's this? +2. Yeah, so this is definitely the way to go. Dodge is kind of bad. Yeah, I think they're nice, the zombies, but you can't summon them as far from you as the race. Right. Yeah, it's gonna give me less control, right? That's that's one of the issues. But I can try on a new timeline. Well, not a new timeline, but on whenever we reset this timeline, let's say. Because now I'm not gonna change now because I'm about to fight Orobis, and I need to know that I can do that, right? But we can test it out in a few regular levels, because I can win these levels without race, most likely at least. And I have some idea of like how much these raids, they don't do an awful lot of damage, right? It's just a nice sort of supplement almost, but it's definitely not the main course, you could say. The main course are the people in the back, right? And they're absolutely killing it, honestly. But maybe the zombie explosions could actually be pretty good. So and I never played zombies, so we can have a look. This is the shield I was talking about earlier, by the way. It's the shield that gives you Spirit Plague on melee hit. Here, 44% chance to apply Spirit Plague on melee hit. It's pretty cool. Another great unique. I talked about it before, but I think the uniques that they are designing of late, or that the community is designing, because quite a few are coming from the community. This is +9, okay. Really interesting, really good. I'm sure I'll hit another Orobis pretty soon in that end. So that's gonna give me a decent number of corruption, right? Saves me another run, hopefully. They stepped up the unique game for sure, right? I think that almost every unique that I've found so far, at least I am interested in, right? I'm just watching, I'm just looking at the unique, and I think, huh, yeah, I see what they want me to do, right? Or I don't see what they want me to do, but you can at least, well, you can at least think about it. But I used to have I still have it, but a few patches ago I had this idea of making a fire aura stacker, and it was pretty hard to pull off, because it was hard, I found at least, to sort of consistently have a whole bunch of fire aura stacks, because it depended a lot on like if you killed something or not, or you know, so it was pretty difficult. And but now they introduced a whole bunch of uniques, and 2 of them are directly from fire aura. One of them gives you a fire aura whenever you use a potion, and it also gives you fire aura area, which is massive, right? And the other is a unique, the something of the monsoon or something, the maroon. Let me have a look. It's gloves. So I don't have the... It's on my character, the other one. But gloves... What is it? This one. Rule of the Simoon. Or Simone. Maybe it's designed by someone called Simone. But... Here, look at this thing. This is pretty cool as well. 30% chance to cast stationary fire tornado at a nearby enemy on hit. And this thing shreds fire damage. Or fire resistance. Each second. 101% chance. It goes up to 150. So I have this. Together with that fire aura stacker. And a belt with a lot of potions on it. So I can just spam 7 potions. And have 7 fire aura stacks. And then I walk around and I get a bunch more of the way that I made the skills. So I have like a consistent 12 to 15 fire auras. Which is pretty good. Right? It's pretty good. And I'm even sort of entertaining the idea of going... the Dark Shroud of Cinders. Giving you another chance to cast fire aura, but also increased void damage per fire aura. As a mage, I'm Spellblade, by the way. And then, for some reason, try to get away with doing void damage, maybe with a 2-hander or something. Right? So it would be a completely funky build, but you have this. For example, right? Try it. You could do something with this. You can start casting Abyssal Echoes. With no, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I agree, right? I'm not saying it's a good idea. Or Doom, right? Isn't Doom void damage over time? Yeah, it's massive void damage over time. I'm not sure it scales with anything. It doesn't really say. But yeah, I mean... Yeah, fire auras can't ignite. Honestly, it kind of makes sense though, right? That they can't ignite. Because it's not a hit. Because... I think we talked about this last stream. Or maybe someone else said it. But if a non-hit could ignite, then ignite can ignite. Right? Which is probably the reason why the ticks of a fire aura don't ignite. But I also wish they could. It would make an awful lot of sense, right? Don't get me wrong. And I'm sure they could make it, but they would probably have to make an exception in like the way that ignites are calculated. Because normally you can only ignite if you have a hit, right? It only works on hit. If you have ticking damage over time, it cannot ignite. Yeah, it was you. Yeah, stand in the flame. They should start to burn. It's true. It's true. I agree. They ideally they do something like that, but yeah. I can see also a little bit of the challenge in that sense. So I'm a little sympathetic about the non-ignite. And to be honest, ignite sucks anyway, right? This patch. So it's whatever for now. Wait a minute. Did I completely mess this up? Did I? I think I did. Okay, great. Normally these levels are circular, so you don't really have to worry about it. But I guess in this case, you can't. That's okay. Yeah, the enemy standing fire should burn. Yeah. I mean, maybe they'll add that feature later. Because isn't what's it called? Disintegrate? Disintegrate can ignite, right? Is that considered like just a bunch of hits? Or is it still considered damage over time? But it can somehow also ignite. Or is it like a channeling source of hits in that sense? Not actually sure. Okay, fire dragon. That's it. Ranger's belt. Nope. Projectile speed with Marrow Shards and projectile speed with Bone Nova. I also want to try at some point to make some sort of like physical spell, probably a Lich, right? Because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to make a physical spell Necromancer, I don't think. And then just see how that works. I have to admit, DPS seems much better than my Frost variant. Not going for crits either. Yeah, I think the crit scaling is pretty large factor here, because I'm using the where is it? I'm using the Death Rattle, right? And yeah, your minions take more damage, which is not great, but it's also a 95% minion crit multiplier. And I mean, crit multipliers on minions, I feel is one of the few ways you can kind of effectively scale. So if you look at my minion tab, I have 422 crit multiplier, which is pretty good. You know, it says 15%, but that is it's not entirely correct, right? Because this is not going, this is not taking into account anything, and not even honestly idols, as far as I can tell. So the overview is a little bit scuffed, if you ask me. This is definitely not correct, but the crit chance is also, you need to start calculating this basically manually and take into account whatever skills you pick in the minion tree, right? Yeah, you got the Blood Golem instead of the Shade. The Dread Shade is a massive DPS increase, honestly. You should definitely try losing the Blood Golem and get the Shade, because this node, Dread Shade affects minions in a large area and grants more damage. Multiplicative, right? So this is a separate multiplier, 60%. Separate multiplier. So this multiplies all the damage that your minions do by 0.6 or 1.6. It's insane, right? And I'm not sure if it's the only multiplier that I have. I think it is the only multiplier I have. Yeah, it's the only multiplier on the tree, unless you want to go with a single minion. But it's also got 24 attack and cast speed. I mean, this is also a multiplier, right? So this is, well, to some extent. So it's increased. But the other skill trees have also cast and attack speed, but those are multiplicative. So those multiply again with this increased attack speed, right? So it gets pretty nuts, honestly. So there's not a lot of like more damage over here. This is more turning it into, well, more buffs, I guess. Granting haste, but then you're igniting your own minions each second. It just doesn't seem like a great idea. But you could try it. I mean, haste is what? 30%. Oh, it's only movement speed. Yeah, that's definitely not worth it, right? I don't need movement speed. I thought it was also attack speed. But frenzy, but I'm already giving them frenzy from 2 different sources. So that's another 20% attack and cast speed. Right? Increased, but still. So because if you go to the minions, I think over... No, this guy. Over here... this is increased, but there is a multiplicative one as well. Crit multiplier. Oh, here. This is multiplicative. Multiplicative with other skill modifiers. So this could be up to 20%. It might actually be worth taking, to be honest. And getting rid of the additional projectile chance. Because that's more for clearing packs. You don't necessarily need that. I might actually swap out 2 points from here and put it into this, because this is multiplicative with any other attack speed modifier or cast speed modifier, which is nuts, right? And then I'm scaling crit, so here's another 15 base crit, and then crit multi, 30%. So, and it starts to add up, right? So this is another 30 multi that's not in the sheet, and the base crit is not in the sheet either. So you can do manual calculations, but I'm just taking out 1 skeletal mage and I'm having it attack a dummy for a minute, and then I see how many crits. It's 100% crit, right? So these summon skeletal mages are 100% crit, also because of my gear, right? 7% crit strike, base crit. This is base crit for skeletons and mages. Here's another 3%. That's the sheet's not taking that into account, right? So the mages alone have like 15 base crit from over here, roughly speaking, and then another 7 and 3 is 10, plus another, what did we just say, 10 plus another 15, so that's 25 base crit. Yeah, no. Hello, I'm new to the game and I'm playing the same build. Well, it's then have fun with it, right? Good choice. If you have any questions, let me know. What kind of armor should a focus to have? Like this kind of armor? It doesn't matter too much, honestly, I find. Like the implicits on the armor, it doesn't matter too much. You can get some nice resistances as well. It's more important that you pick the right affixes, right? So these 2 affixes that I have over here, these are very strong. So the base crit chance, that's really good, and the +2 summon skeleton is also pretty good, right? So that's I think what you should focus on more. And if you are not, let's say, resistance capped, and then don't look at my poison, but otherwise make sure you get resistance capped, right? And make sure you get critical stride avoidance capped. Because if that's not the case and you're gonna run endgame, you're gonna be running into issues, right? You're gonna die a lot. Zombies recently added skill? Yeah, last patch. Volatile zombies got added, I think, last patch. So about 2 months ago. Two and a half months ago, something like that. Yeah, I'm gonna try zombies very soon. As soon as this strand of this strand ends for some reason. I'm not sure where it ends, but we're gonna get a lot of corruption from this, so that's good. Yeah, zombies. We're gonna try it out soon. I'm not sure how good they are, but I hear good stories about them. Yeah, that's why they seem new to you. Yeah. They're fairly recent. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome, man. Yeah, let me know if you have questions. Zombies are fun, at least. Yeah. I mean, they look fun. I never really played them, but like I said, as soon as the timeline ends, we're gonna do a small respec, and I'll get rid of my race, and we'll get a bunch of zombies instead and see how well they do. They might do pretty well. I'm not sure if crit chance matters for volatile zombies. Do they have base crit chance for exploding, or like how does that work? Okay, here's one plus 14 corruption. That's really not bad. This is also plus 14 corruption. So would I rather get marked for death, or would I rather have them do increased damage? I'm not gonna go crit avoidance. It's absolutely horrible for my build. I think the mark for death is fine, right? In my skills, I use frost skeletons. Is it good or worse than fire? It doesn't really matter. You can go both ways. I don't think one is necessarily better than the other. You just need to make sure that you synergize with either of the two, right? You can make some choices in the passive tree. You can make some choices in your idols. As long as you make sure that there's some synergies, then I don't think one is much better than the other. If you're new, let me put it like this: if you're new to the game, it shouldn't matter that much. I think it's more of a min-max kind of thing. There's no specific reason that I'm playing fire over frost, for example. I just have a lot of fire minions, and I found a lot of fire idols with minion fire damage on it, and that's why I'm playing this, right? So I don't think frost is worse, but I haven't played frost minions in a while, so I might try it out after this. See how that feels. The fire feels pretty good, at least so far. It seems to explode once they hug the enemy, unless you put vomit on it. Yeah, but I'm not gonna put vomit on it, right? I mean, that seems damage over time, and my minions don't do damage over time, so I don't think I'll make them vomit. Which you can somewhat actually use for healing. You can scale the explosions healing. Yeah, I might go that route, but I'm not really looking for healing, right? So I kind of don't want to, let's say, waste points on skills that I don't really feel I need. I think you want to skill as much damage as you can, especially in the passive trees. And where healing, I'll chug another potion, right? In that sense. I'm also not really taking much damage apart from transplant, so yeah, I don't think I'll go healing. But yeah, damage. We could put it on autocast, I guess. But I kind of enjoy the playstyle of the race. So yeah, we'll see. Okay, it's Zarek. Let's get in front of this guy. Kill it! Okay. I have 0 poison. Well, not 0, but very low poison res, so I need to be a little bit careful there. Yeah, play what you're curious about. Exactly. That's kind of like the point I wanted to make. But thank you for helping out. Yeah, it's not very punishing in that sense, right? It's not like PoE where you're level 68 and you figure out your build sucks and now you're screwed, right? That's last Epoch is very forgiving in that sense, and pretty much, well, unless you go some really weird funky stuff or something, but pretty much any build can do endgame up to some extent. And then of course at some point you need something that is a bit more meta or just good to do, the end game. But I wouldn't worry too much about that right now. Okay. 14 corruption. I'll take it, right? I'll take it. Let's see what we can do. And let's see if he gives me any decent loot. That would be nice too for a change. I got 2 of the axes from him. I guess that's worth something, right? But look at his health usually. Like look how much damage this is, man. It's pretty nuts, right? There we go. And this is at 138 corruption, right? And I think there was some health modifiers over there. I'm not entirely sure. And nobody died, right? I mean, yeah, that was pretty quick, right? But single target is insane. A single target is nuts, right? Because of all the attack speed and damage modifiers, this is completely nuts. And you know the small little tip over here, take this node, right? After I take this node, it seems also pretty nuts, honestly. It's hard to like quantify this because we don't have DPS numbers for minions, but each hit of a minion shreds 200 armor. Right? For 4 seconds. You know how many hits I do in 4 seconds with these minions? With this attack speed and the buffs and everything? Like, it might be well over 100. Pretty sure. I mean, I got 14 minions. And those are only the permanent minions. I got the temporary ones too. They'll easily do over 100 hits in 4 seconds, right? I'm shredding 10k armor. You know how much additional damage that is? That I'm providing there. It's another more multiplier. Do you have to choose? Guys, I have choose to have my build volatile zombie and rib blood. Right? Is it possible to change? Yeah. Because I don't like them. Also on that build, is it useful? All the skills. Yeah. So you can just go to let's say this is rib blood, right? You just click respec. And then you say despecialized skill. I'm not going to do it. And then you can pick a new one. It's easy. You might have to re-level a little bit, right? So you need to kill a few monsters and then you get more points to put in. But you can easily respec. There's a small cost to it, but not much. Yeah, you downgrade the skill. Yes. You downgrade the skill. And during the campaign it takes a little bit of time to get it back up. But otherwise... it doesn't, right? Otherwise, it's completely fine. Yeah, so there's a little bit of cost to it, but not too much, honestly. Okay. So we yeah, we did it. We are at how much? 152 corruption. Okay. Let's do a quick respec, right? So we're respecking race. I am wasting 2 points though. I already feel a little bad, but okay. Where are those points coming from? From this? No. Oh, from my Raven's Rise. Oh, that's not too bad. Is volatile zombie considered a spell? Are these considered a spell? Minion tags, spell. Okay. Volatile zombie, minion tags, spell. Okay, so I get +2 volatile zombie as well. Not bad. On the left it says minimum specialized level. Yeah, that level will be the minimum for every skill you specialize. Exactly. Where does it say that though? Oh, here. Level 10, yes. So I can show you right now because I'm about to respec something. So I do this, I respec. Let me just have a quick look at this. Yeah, but I remember what I did there, right? I remember what I did here. Okay, so I respec my skill, I do despecialize, right? Because we're going something else. It says, are you sure? You say, yeah, I'm sure. And then I get 10 skill points for free. You get less because you're lower level. I get 10 of them. And then I can pick a skill instead. I pick zombie. Now I got 2 additional ones because I got an item for it. But and now you can assign points. And for the rest, I need to level up and then, you know, use my zombies instead. Okay, so where are we going, guys? The core of Parasite seems fun. I'm not entirely sure about the mana cost, to be completely honest. But let's see the options here, right? So fear them. Do we want to fear them? Mark for death is not necessary. Turn it into necrotic damage, definitely not, right? Kill threshold. That's not bad actually, because I don't have a Culling Strike ability anywhere. Okay, and more hits, multiplicative, always good, right? So this seems pretty decent. Stun, I don't really care about stun. Here you get multicast and cooldown, but I may not go that route, honestly. May not go that route. I went for vomiting and fire conversion. Okay. So I like this. Here we have more damage and movement speed, which might be pretty good as well. It's another multiplier. Movement speed per missing health. Leap. 2 meters. 2 meters per point. When it's up, you have a chance to cast Sacrifice. I don't want to cast Sacrifice. The explosion deals damage in an area and the zombie creates a skeleton vanguard. Huh. That's kind of fun, right? Larger explosions. You're healed, but I don't really want to be healed. Doesn't really matter. Infernal Shade. Infernal Shade. Oh no, I don't care about Infernal Shade. Right. And when a minion dies, you have a chance to cast Volatile Zombie at his location. No, I don't think so. But zombies no longer move. Poison chance? Are converted to fire. Consequently, their damage skills will decrease to fire damage, but not increases to physical and poison damage. Poison chance from all sources converted to ignite chance. Right. It's a pretty heavy investment, but I am scaling minion fire damage quite a bit. I don't really... I don't want them to vomit. Right? We're a decent content creator here. We're not gonna have these zombies vomit all over the enemy. That's not nice. No, we're gonna keep it civilized, guys. I think stationary zombies seems like a horrible idea, especially if you can't target. Let me just cast a skill at least once, so I have some idea what's going on here. Right? Where are these guys? This dude. If I click, just stay there, guys. Stay there. Stay there. Okay, yeah. That is not. It's not in this region, eh? I'm casting it in front of me. Okay, so these are more like homing missiles. So it takes ages. Holy moly, these guys stay alive for a long time. I thought they would be dead by now. Okay. Any clue what minion inflict plague on hit does? Yeah. Plague is a poison damage over time skill, right? Right? It's poison damage over time, and it does not stack. I think it's completely useless. I don't think there's any other use for it either. So I never go that route. But if you press Alt across whatever skill it says cast Plague, I think Plague is somewhere over here, right? Like, isn't Plague? Bone Share. Plague. I'm pretty sure I've seen it somewhere. Regular ones here? Well, I don't think it's very impressive. It might be in the passive tree. Okay, but at least the zombies per cast, not necessarily, but definitely the hits, right? The bosses and rare enemies, for sure, right? And the kill threshold, for sure. Oh, I have it on an idle. All doesn't really explain it. It's also in the passive tree, I'm pretty sure. But let me try and figure it out for you. Okay, so let's say 1, 2, 3. I mean, 60 multiplicative. You can't pass up on 60 multiplicative, right? And then you probably want further in the end, I suppose. I agree with the fire conversion. And then we got a bit more. What's this? More damage, but they move slower. Marrow shards. What's this? You summon a single large zombie, deals more damage. I don't think I want to be doing that though. We could put them on auto cast if it doesn't really matter anyway, and then go this route. Let's just see. They don't cost an awful lot of mana. Okay, gotta say it's pretty fun. I'm already liking this. Okay, we're gonna go with not glancing blow. We're gonna go the same route. Top right. Greetings. Hey, a name I can't pronounce. Seprech. I'm not gonna try. Could you please show the gloves you are using? Yes, I could. It is the Raven's Rise, giving my minions movement speed, which is pretty good for the volatile zombies, I think. Less damage taken while movement, +2 to spell minion skills, and some resistances. I like these gloves. These are these are a random drop. They don't drop often. I think they're pretty rare, but I got 2 or 3 by now. But I've been playing a lot, to be honest. Okay, let's see. Are they running? It's huh. So you're just you don't really care where you do this, right? It seems like you're just casting, and at some point you hit, I guess. Right? It's not much else to it, seemingly. I mean, we're doing an awful lot of damage, but I feel we're also doing an awful lot of damage without these zombies. Can you share your Wraith skill points? Not anymore, I'm afraid. Not anymore, because I spec'd out a Wraith. But I can give you an overview. Oh, that's Wandering Spirits. Just a second. Where are my Wraiths? Here. I went over here so that I can control more Wraiths. So you go that route. Over here. I turned them into fire rays, but you don't want to do that because you're running ice. So you can skip this, I suppose. I went crit scaling over here. And then I went... I gave them some more attack speed. Which is also a multiplicative. By the way, this was once again multiplicative with all the other attack and cast speed, right? So these 2 nodes I would also recommend. And scale this one up all the way, because this is their base damage. This helps an awful lot. And you could go this route as well. I didn't, but you could. Yeah, that's what I would do. They run towards nearest enemy and suicide bomb pretty much. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Yeah, yes, of course. Yeah, random drop. So there's no real... Well, there's a small way to target farm, I suppose. There's a small way to target farm. But It's a little limited if you ask me. The target farm options. It's like it's yeah, it's whatever, right? It's better than it used to be. Let's put it like that. But I still don't think you're necessarily gonna run an echo just to target farm, because it's so rare that you see the target farmable nodes. And then it's pretty rare that you get what you want, right? So it's like, yeah, I suppose it's whatever. It's a nice touch. I think it's something that needs a bit more additional components in order to really feel good. But yeah. Okay, 7 more points. Let's see. So the more damage and more movement speed, both multiplicative. This seems almost mandatory if I look at how this skill is working so far. And I'm not sure I care too much about area, to be honest, because I see this as like an addition to single target, almost. Right? I don't think I care about the area too much. I don't think I want to have them vomit either. Would love to see them jump. Yeah, I'm thinking about yeah. But I think if you go jump, then you don't need all the movement speed, right? Don't you think? And I'm wondering, like, do I want like skeleton warriors on death? I am not too sure. I'm not too sure. So I'm thinking about these points. It seems pretty fun, and then you get corpse parasites or something. I'm like, yeah, sure, you know. So let's go this route. I'll put it in autocast, so don't have to worry about it anymore. And what's this? Damage, health decay. Yeah. So I think we're taking these, and then we're just taking these. Right, so you take 2 of these. Do we want to have them jump? We could have them jump. Let's, we'll do it for you. We'll do it for you. Let's put this on autocast. There we go. Oh yeah. Well, they jump. You know. Okay, the cooldown is pretty long though. Cooldown's pretty long. Yeah, let's have them jump more. I'm not sure jumping is worth it. I mean, yeah. I feel the cooldown is too long. Right? Because the cooldown is insane. How long is the cooldown? 10 seconds, right? Whereas, and then they're also suiciding all on the same enemy, right? It's not even that beneficial to have like five zombies. I guess the worms are kind of nice, maybe, potentially, but they're all suiciding on the same enemy, and now I don't have zombies for 9 seconds. I'm not sold on this idea. I mean, yeah, worms are nice. No, we're not gonna do it. We're getting rid of this. We're gonna self-cast. Gives me a lot more points. I'm not convinced about the leap distance either, but we're gonna get the leap distance. Oh shit. Oh shit, let me get that out of there. We're gonna get the leap distance fixed at some point. And then, but I think you want to gradually summon these volatile minions, right? You don't want I think you don't want 5 at the same time. Not at least with the build that I'm running. Maybe if you're running like an ignite build or something, I can see it working out. But yeah, the cooldown was not fun. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yep, same. Okay, so we're all agree that the autocast volatile zombie. If you got maybe 30% cooldown reduction or something, it might not be. It might not be a horrible idea, right? But I don't have that. Okay, so leap. Okay, leap 8 meters just for you. I definitely don't want to sacrifice another minion. That seems horrible. But this is fine. Ferocious Horde, and then we get a bunch of thralls. Plus 10 mana cost though. Plus 10 mana cost seems a bit much. I think we'll go this way actually. We'll go reduced movement speed, which is not as bad because we get more movement speed over here. So that might also, that might even almost balance out. Let's see. This is 45 more with another 60 more with another 16 more. I don't honestly, I think in terms of points, there's no way the leap is worth it, right? I mean, because it doesn't matter how soon these guys arrive. Right? That doesn't matter for my build. But okay, we're gonna... It's just for you. Just remember that. Just for you, so we can see them jump. But pretty sure it's a bad idea, right? Investment-wise. With them vomiting, you want them all. They can also ignite. Yeah, but I'm not gonna... I tried the ignite route. I'm very unimpressed with minion ignite, to be perfectly honest. Let's do small. Guys, stop killing everybody, okay? I mean, he's literally jumping down the stairs, right, to kill someone. But they don't even jump from the right distance, right? Like they go all the way up to the enemy and then they jump. That's not 8 meters. Like we have meters in the Netherlands. I know what a meter is. It's not 8 meters. You see, that's not 8 meters, man. It only works if they are pretty far from the enemy already and they have like the ability to sort of like sprint towards them and then and then attack them. You see what I mean? They need like a little bit of like a sprint to get them started, because otherwise you summon them pretty much in front of the enemy anyway, and they still jump for no apparent reason because they're already there. It looks cool. I won't deny that it looks cool. Yeah, I may choose the Abomination Skull that are bigger and make more damage. Yeah, Abomination is tricky though, right? Because it decays. So you can try and make an Abomination, but the Abomination is eating up your entire army. And then he decays over time, right? He loses damage or he loses health over time. So Abomination is a bit of a tricky skill, honestly, to pull off. Am I screwing myself over with the route I'm taking? Potentially. I can't respec over here. I'll die, right? I get hit by 2 of those things, and then I'm just dead. Which would be sad. How did you level skill so fast? I am like level 99. So, and these mobs are level 100 and they give me 127% increased experience. So I'm just getting an awful lot of experience, which makes my skills re-level extremely fast. If you're in the campaign, it's gonna take you, well, hopefully not 2 days, but it's gonna take you a little bit longer. But respecking is extremely easy in the end game, and it's still rather punishing when you're not in the end game. Let's say it's still rather punishing in that sense. Oh, the abomination skill node too volatile. Oh, sorry. Right. Yeah. You can try that for sure. Yeah, sorry. It's sometimes confusing that they have the same icons, right? And I'm not too familiar with this skill, so yeah, you can try that if you take a single one. Might not be a bad idea. It's another great multiplier. Yeah. I am not extremely impressed with the skill in general. I don't really... It's hard to sort of assess how much damage these guys really do. It doesn't say, right? Because minion skills are not... They're not taking into account. But even if it would say, it doesn't mean much. So... Yeah, exactly. The jumping takes too long, right? So it's a little bit problematic. We're gonna get out of the jumping. It looks nice, but it feels pretty bad, honestly. So this route feels bad. This seems pretty good. You could go indeed the giant zombie. Yeah. I think if I do this, I'm gonna run out of mana pretty fast. I can cast about 5 and then I'm out of mana. It's honestly comparable to the... Okay, actually let's try that. Let's try this. And then we go this route. Give them more damage, more movement speed. Hey. Varg Vigernes. Thyworm, do you think they have what it takes to finish the game? Oh yeah, sure. I am I do not doubt that they finish the game. I understand that maybe some people are a little bit skeptical or something because it's got delayed twice now. But I would say, I mean, it's not that they're not delivering anything, right? It's just that they're taking longer than expected. But I mean, if you see what was in the latest patch and the patch before that, we'll get another patch this year. The game is going to be released for sure, right? But it might take another year. It might take another year. Man, it's getting late. Is it farmable weapon that you have? Yeah, for sure. This drops all over the place. The Reach of the Grave. Good weapon. But it's all over the place. It should be relatively easy to get. Just play the game. Sorry, but that's it. You just need to play the game. Game gets all the problems featured in current roadmap, especially functioning multiplayer, not rushed due to not having enough funds. Yeah, so that I think that's a decent definition, and I think it will happen like that. How many of those? Okay, you get 3 maximum. So I got 3 additional permanent kind of skeletons now. Okay, this is not bad, right? It's another bit of melee. They do some damage, it seems. It's not the end of the world. Never seen it. But how long have you been playing? You were not playing for that long, right? On average, you'll get 1 unique an hour. And this is a pretty common one, so, you know. Once you've put in, like, let's say 100 hours or something, it's very likely that you're gonna have this, right? I actually like delays and just get anxious might run out of funds. I don't think they run out of funds. I mean, the game is only gaining in popularity. So, I don't think there's really too much to worry about, honestly. I'm not concerned about that at all, personally. I think, oh yeah, 1 week? Yeah. Then play a little bit longer, you know? You'll find it. And there are plenty of other good... You just get a little bit of minion damage on it. Minion melee damage, minion attack damage. It's all fine, right? Was that it? Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I bought it on sale a long time ago, but never launched it, waiting for the multiplayer. Yeah, there's a lot of people like you. So I think the multiplayer at the start, it might be a little bit, you know, a little bit wonky because, you know, it's new for those people, most of them as well, right? So I think the first couple of days, maybe multiplayer is going to be a bit of a mess, like any multiplayer out there. But afterwards, I think it should be pretty good, actually. And I personally have a lot of faith in this company. They have delayed the games for good reason. I also like delays when they are for good reason. And I think there's... They just have a really good track record of just adding value to their game and making it better over time. And they haven't really slipped up at all in that sense. So I have no reason to think that the game is either not going to launch or will not have any of the features in the roadmap. As a matter of fact, they've only been adding some things to the roadmap instead of, you know, not delivering stuff, I suppose. So yeah, I don't really know what to tell you otherwise than that. I mean, it's just one opinion, but I think in general, if you ask around in the community, there's a lot of faith. People have a lot of faith in the developers, right? Yeah, as long as it's tested before launch. Exactly. They're gonna have it early next year, most likely. So I'm learning what kind of stats I need for my build. Just in general, minion stats. Right? Just pretty much anything with minion on it is good. And then you wanna be you wanna make sure that your resistance capped over here. But you don't need to worry about it now. But at some point in the end game, you need to make sure that, you know, all of these are at 75. You could not pick poison. Ideally, you pick poison too. And then over here, crit strike avoidance, you get that at 100%. Otherwise, you get crit, which is problematic because it hurts. And then the rest, I'm just stacking minion stats, right? I just have minion stats all over the place. Minion dodge, minion damage, minion health, minion damage, minion dodge, minion health, minion damage. That's all really I'm doing. It's not that special. It's pretty straightforward, honestly, the minion builds here. Nobody should be out with being broken during the beta. Yeah, actually, it's going to be broken, I think, for a few days. Because there's going to be so many people waiting for it. And then they launch the servers and everybody logs on. I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a mess, right? But they're fixing stuff fast, typically speaking, as well. So, once again, I am not too concerned about all that. Yeah, Wilson had 128,000 people according to Steam charts. 128,000. Yeah, that was something else. I feel it's the zombies. They're pretty good, but they do feel a lot more clunky than the wraiths. Also because the wraiths, I have cast speed on the wraiths, but then I feel that I'm like looking at the damage of the zombies, and they may do a lot more damage, honestly. But it's hard to like quantify it, right? It's hard to figure out if it's actually the case. But these echoes are being conquered awfully fast. I mean, it seems faster than the race, but it's clunkier. Yeah, exactly. It's like the MMO genre, right? It's not as bad as the MMO genre, but it can be pretty bad. I agree. I think it's gonna be a really fun game in the end. Last Epoch. It's already got a lot of things to enjoy. I understand people are waiting for multiplayer, but I've been playing since it got launched in early access, and I've seen the game improve, and I've played pretty much every patch since. So I think they launched at 0.7.1. I think that was the first patch available on Steam, and now we're at 0.8.3, and I think it went to from 0.7.9 to 0.8.0, which, if I remember correctly, introduced a rogue, and so yeah, we're there in that sense. I do get like 3 permanent minions for free pretty much because of these zombies. Like that must be pretty good because we're scaling so much damage in that sense, right? It's also like more minions. It's also another multiplier pretty much. Hey, what's up, Thyworm? Hey, Paul. Been a while since I caught a stream. Yeah, I haven't been streaming too much either. I'll be honest. I am more of a video content creator than a streamer. But sometimes, you know, after work like today, I feel like trying out another build, which we're doing right now. And so I start up a little stream, but there's no schedule or anything, right? It's just very low key streaming services that we provide over here. No expectations. But I'm glad you're here, buddy. I appreciate it. Do you feel like summons aggressive enough and the lag behind? Yeah, I feel they are lagging behind. Especially the ranged summons is not too bad. But the melee summons, they are lagging behind, right? Their aggro range is pretty short. So melee summons, to me, they don't really feel that great to play, to be honest. Yeah, I'm just trying out volatile zombies now. I'm not entirely convinced, Vertigo, just saying. Holy moly. Haven't played Ali in a long while, ran into big performance issues. Yeah. Yeah. Performance is... well, it has been improved. I'm not sure when you played. The performance has been improved, but it is still not good. So I think that's a fair way of saying it. You can command the minions too. Yeah, you can do it, but you don't want to be doing that, right? Like, I don't want to be commanding my minions all the time. It seems so convoluted way of playing. I really don't want to do that from a summoner perspective. My system, I have well, the specifics are in the about section if you want to check it out entirely specifically, but I have an i7 8700, I think. I have a 2080 graphics card, and I What else do we need? I have like 64 gigs of RAM. Is there anything else that you put out? And I'm playing. I'm streaming in 1080p, but I'm playing in 1440p because this is a 1440p screen. And currently I'm on, I think, low settings, right? But I'm currently hitting 30 FPS, right? So that's while streaming, sure. But I'm also playing a lot off stream, and it's not much better, right? Streaming really doesn't impact the performance all too much. It's just a game that is not really optimized that well. I haven't played like 3 months. Yeah, then you're not gonna. Then in 3 months you're not gonna have. You're not gonna see a massive increase in performance. For me, the performance has been about the same over the last couple of months. It's a lot better than 2 years ago, right? But it's still. I mean, right now I'm running at 30, 40 frames per second on low settings. There's not much going on, right? Well, I guess he doesn't like the volatile zombies because the Wraiths seem to run a lot better, performance-wise at least. Thanks, to check it out. Yeah, I was going to ask you a resolution. Yeah, 1440p, yeah. But I'm capping and I'm capping the resolution as well, so the screen can do what is it, 144p, right? But I'm capping the resolution at 60 currently. Also, once again, to try and increase performance. But yeah, it's a bit of a hot potato, I guess. The performance, it's like, you know, a bit of a thing. 30 FPS for an ARPG is okay. I don't agree with that, honestly. If this thing would constantly run at 30 FPS, I wouldn't be playing it, right? No, not for me. It's definitely not okay. Like with the, I have not spent that much money on a PC to have a game run at 30 FPS, right? It's pretty simple. If I want to have games run at 30 FPS, I buy a console for $50, right? Or for $500, right? But I spent like 5 times that amount on this PC, and I'm expecting games to run somewhat properly because of that, alright? I mean, I think that's fair. So, yeah. No, I mean, 30 FPS is at least a choice on the PlayStation, right? If you run in like performance mode or something, and you can run in. You can make a choice at least. But 30 FPS on an ARPG, I mean, it's not for me ideally. Have you? No, I haven't played Diablo 2. Well, I played the original, but I haven't played the Resurrection. 25 FPS was okay for Diablo 2 in 2000. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but then you didn't know any better. There may not even have been. I'm not sure. Even back in the day, screens were 60 FPS, right? Because I'm not sure what the monitors were like that day. I mean, I had a monitor, but I didn't pay attention to the frame rate. Frame rate wasn't a thing, right? Back in the day. I mean, I never ever talked about frame rate in the 90s. Right? Yeah, but you're kind of stuck with it, and I leave for now. Yeah, I have to hop off. Yeah, sure, buddy. Thanks for joining, man. I appreciate it. Have a good evening. The zombies are kind of like off-screening in that sense. Or seemingly. I'll play a bit longer with the zombies, but I'm not entirely convinced of them yet, to be honest. I think in the damage department they're probably pretty good. I think they do a lot more damage than the Wraiths, but yeah. They were not fixed refresh rates? Right. Oh, really? You would get 60 still, yeah? Interesting. If my frame rate drops below 60 for any extended length of time, I'm like, nope, can't do it. Yeah, it depends a bit on the game for me. If you see the screen behind me, I sometimes play games over there. Like, for example, Assassin's Creed. Not Valhalla, but the previous one, like Odyssey. I played that entire game on the screen behind me in high settings. Then I can't reach 60 FPS because it has twice the pixels that this screen has. So it makes sense, right? But then I'm fine taking like 40 FPS, but still I have like this entire screen that just looks beautiful, and it's really a joy to play that game that way, right? It's kind of almost like a cinematic experience. So in that specific case, I'm fine with a lower frame rate, but in most other cases, I'm expecting a game in 1440p with my PC to just run at 60 FPS. Doesn't matter what settings I use, right? And honestly, most games do. There's very few games that don't run well. But yeah, this is definitely one of them, which is a little bit unfortunate. New question. I see some circular thing around blessings. Looks like circular progress bar. Yeah, it is. It indicates your the role of the blessing. So if I open up my screen and I do blessings, you can see it, right? And it just it's not a you might think that this is about to level up or something, but that's not the case. It indicates how well the blessing rolled. And now that you ask this question, it's actually a little bit weird if you think about it. But if you do Control and Alt, you can see the range, right? So this thing rolled 44 out of 45%. So it's a good roll, so it's almost full. And that's all there is to it. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure it makes sense now that you ask this question. But that's at least how it is. It's a good question. Oh, sorry. That makes sense. It was a different... yeah. Yeah, because you're like, I mean, I'm buying this PC also with like certain expectations, right? Because like I said, otherwise I could have went for a much cheaper system. So I am sort of expecting games to be optimized, and if it's like, you know, a first-person shooter or an action game, or like, I don't, to some extent, I don't care about graphics too much, but I do expect games that let's say have that graphical fidelity, potentially games like Assassin's Creed or games like, you know, games like that in that sense. I do expect those games to run well. Okay. Kill Penion. And I think that is a reasonable thing to expect. Because it's not, and even games like Control, for example, right, with ray tracing and everything, even Cyberpunk, with significant ray tracing options on, I can run in this setup at 60 frames per second at high settings. So, yeah. But also similar games in the ARPG genre. I mean, sometimes PoE has its issues, but most of the time I can run Path of Exile completely, extremely smooth, no issues whatsoever. You must depart, alright. I've got a client project to finish editing. Right. Nice to take a break. Yeah, see you around, buddy. Have fun editing. They're still pretty slow as well, huh? These zombies. Like, I'm reaching the enemies faster than they do most of the time. So it's okay just like casting them, it seems. Like, it's kind of nice that they're like sort of homing missiles. But yeah, I can see some drawbacks, honestly. It's hard to see their damage too. It's just very hard for them to, I feel, to compete with the other guys, and my army is taking a lot more damage as well. All of a sudden, because I don't really have like that layer of protection anymore that I used to have, because I had all the race in between, right? Yeah, I don't know. I might spec back into the race. I'm not really feeling it. That this is such a great, such a great setup. We might try 1 or 2 more respecs. This seems to be messing them up maybe too much. The minus 45% movement speed. Maybe I should put this into something else. Let me try that. Maybe it feels a bit better if we don't decrease their movement speed. Oh, we can have summoning speed as well. That might actually make quite a bit of difference. Maybe we'll max out summoning speed, because that really feels good in the with the race. Because I don't care, honestly, I don't care too much about everything else over here. Like the healing, I don't need healing or anything, right? The leap is bad, we tried it. I don't need necrotic damage because we're not scaling necrotic damage. This feels bad too, we tried it. This feels bad. I can try vomiting, but I don't do any damage over time, so it seems pointless. Armor shred? But I'm already shredding so much armor, this is not gonna be significant either. No, we'll put the last 3 points into Forceful Commander. Seems alright. Let's see if that feels better. It might make quite a bit of difference actually if you do something like that. Is there something that I want to get to before I reroll everything, pretty much? So endurance and health, we can do that, and get another set thingy and get another, what are these? Swords? Exalted swords? Sure, let's do that. Hey Thyworm, hey Comic here. Could you talk about endurance for a minute? It's new to me, I'm not sure how much to focus on it, if there are good thresholds to aim for. Sure. Small disclaimer, I'm not an expert on endurance, right? But if you see over here, if you just hover over your health bar, you can see how this works. So it says endurance reduces damage dealt to your health below your endurance threshold, and it doesn't work with ward. So endurance consists of 2 components. You have the threshold, which is the yellow line that you see over here. In my case it's 322, which means that if I get below 322, I take a certain percentage less damage. And that is the percentage that you see over there, 20%. So for me, endurance is not going to work. But you can, especially if you go low life, you can make it in such a way that your endurance threshold is pretty high, and then your endurance mitigation can also be very high. I think it caps at 60%. So let's say your endurance threshold is 800 and your endurance itself is 60%. It means any damage you take below 800 health is reduced by 60%, which is massive, and I think multiplicative with other less damage taken multipliers. So certain classes, specifically the Primalist, has quite a bit of endurance in the passive tree, and you can actually start scaling it, and it makes a lot of sense. I don't have any endurance anywhere in my passive trees or in my skills. Pretty much. At least that I'm aware of. So it is a mechanic. It's a defensive mechanic mostly for primalists. Or that's at least how it's designed. Whereas, for example, ward is mostly a mechanic for the acolyte and for the mage. And block and armor is mostly a mechanic for the sentinel. And then who are we forgetting? No, nothing, right? Those are the four defensive mechanics, right? Oh, the rogue, of course. The rogue. The rogue has dodge, right? The rogue has dodge and glancing blow. That's the rogue's mechanics. And so that's a little bit how it's designed. You can be funky with it if you want. Yeah, but typically, if you play a primalist, it's a good idea to look into it. Especially if you play a low life primalist. Yeah, rogue. Yeah. I forgot rogue. Okay, they run an awful lot faster, honestly. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Okay, great. That's good to hear. Yeah, okay, they're actually pretty fast now, see? It just takes... Holy shit, that was a lot of damage. It just takes a little while for them to explode, it seems. So there's a little bit of like room there, I suppose. Well, I think if we take the 3 more nodes, it might actually start feeling pretty good. We need Dreadshade, right? Without Dreadshade, it's pretty horrible having your minions. At least at this corruption level, right? You need Dreadshade, otherwise it's just not going to work very well. Yeah, I'm starting to like it a little bit more like this. It's amazing what a small difference some movement speed or some cast speed can make in order to how a skill feels to cast. I always find that in Path of Exile as well. It's like some small changes can really completely feel entirely different. How many skill points do we have? 1. Yeah, we're gonna put it in over here. Like a 25% summoning speed. The mana efficiency is gonna be nice as well. The scavenger. No. I think that's what's so bad about these the echo that I'm running. Or sorry, the timeline that I'm running. I don't think there are any good unique belts or set belts currently. That's fine. Yeah, we're trying this. And then we're gonna reroll everything with the chaos thingy. In this level I should be easily getting my points back. Because now you can suddenly cast a lot more of these guys, right? Heritage Cage, dagger, gloves. Oh no, not these guys. Get them out of here. Okay, give the Dreadshade buff because I keep forgetting that. Let's do more of this. We got one more afterwards. Yeah, it feels a lot more now like the race. It's a bit more. I'm honestly still not entirely convinced that this makes that much sense in this particular setup. But I can't deny that the timelines seem extremely smooth. They seem smoother than with the race, but it doesn't feel smoother. If that makes any sense. Oh, here's Plague. Oh, did you got it on? Who asked that question? Maybe the person is not there anymore. There was something with Plague. Here, it says so over here, right? Here, Plague deals poison enemies over time and spreads between enemies. An enemy can only have one instance of Plague at a time. So that's it. It's poison damage over time that spreads. It's in the description. I have a lot of sorting to do after stream, that's one thing that's for sure. Okay, are we gonna continue to a unique item? Yes, we are. Might as well. I'm not really looking. I think I found the large majority of like the random drops that the new patch has to offer, I think. I can imagine that there might be a few of the relics and I think a few of the uniques. Didn't they introduce unique idols? Are those random drops? That's so cool. Unique idols? Do you guys know Hellgate London? Yeah. I played that game a lot, man. Hellgate London. Really fun game. It was also sort of like a kind of like a looter shooter. It was a weird game. But I bought it later. I played it at launch kind of, right? Which was probably like early 2000s or something, I think. Because I was with friends and whatnot, and we played Hellgate London in our student's house with a lot of people. You could play multiplayer if I'm not mistaken, and it was a lot of fun. And that game back in the day, it was an amazing game, right? But then later, I downloaded it as well. I mean, I just got it on Steam, I think, and the game hasn't aged well at all. Like, if you can still buy it, right? I think they even did a remake. Yeah, 2007. Yeah, I think they even did a remake like 2 years ago or something. And it's not good. You know, it's not good. It has not aged well. If you play it now, you're like, holy hell, this game, man! You can't play the game anymore. It's one of those games, you know. What do I want to do? Yeah, I want to do this, right? And then see if anything nice pops up. Destroying the Vessel of Chaos, reroll the rewards of all uncompleted echoes. Yeah, so hopefully we get something nice. Let's see. Okay, so there's the final point. We put the dread shade on. We can just move around like this, I suppose. At least. Yeah. Oh, set item, wait. Didn't see that. What is it? Oh, Sunforce helmet. Yeah, you don't find too many of those. I kind of adore the graphics, but yeah, I have fun memories, so I'm biased. Yeah, so I had the same thing. I still have fun memories of it, right? But sometimes you play a game again, and and then you realize like, yeah, okay, this was only a fun game because back in the day there wasn't much else to do, right? And then you play the game again, and you're like, okay, this game didn't age well. I have a similar experience with Titan Quest, by the way. Like Titan Quest back in the day was, in my mind, almost like revolutionary. I thought it was so good and sort of like fresh and visceral, and everything felt good to play. And then I played it a little bit later again, and I was like, in my memory, it was better than this, right? So it's a little bit, you know, it can be tricky, I feel. Oh yeah, what's nice about the zombies, gotta say, is that they have culling strike at 16%. So it's good for bosses. That much is clear. It's good for bosses. Just not convinced about the skill overall. I don't know. Titan Quest feels outdated. Yeah. I mean, Grim Dawn is only 5 years old, right? 2016. So it's not entirely fair comparison, but yeah. Yeah, I like Grim Dawn. I just haven't played it like that much. For some reason, like we talked about this before, right? For some reason, I just played a lot more Titan Quest back in the day. Not sure. A rumor about Titan Quest 2. Have you heard anything about that? I mean, it's even if it's true, you should really be wary of then who's making that game, because the guys that made Titan Quest, right? A lot of those ended up making Grim Dawn, and that's now Crate Entertainment, right? And Crate Entertainment is working on a city builder. So sort of like most of the founding fathers of Titan Quest are now working on a city building game with Crate Entertainment. And if anything is coming from them again, it's not gonna be Titan Quest 2, because they don't have the rights anymore to that game, right? It's going to be Grim Dawn 2, if they do anything. So if there's rumors about Titan Quest 2, the question is a little bit like, yeah, okay, but then who's making the game? Because most of the developers from Titan Quest are now at Crate Entertainment that made Grim Dawn. So that's an interesting thing, right? They got a link. Titan Quest 2 will be new developers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but then but then it's like, okay, but then how enthusiastic are you going to be? Because yeah, it's new, you know, it's new people. It's not necessarily a good thing, right? Yeah, I think it belongs to THQ. Yeah, I think so. I don't know the specifics on that one, but I think so. Or like Deep Silver or something. Wasn't it made by Deep Silver originally? Something like that. I'm not convinced by these zombies, guys. I'm really not convinced by these zombies. They're not really doing anything of too much value. I mean, yeah, the Calling Strike is nice, but I'm already destroying bosses. I don't really need Calling Strike. I'm gonna go back to my race. They didn't make No, they didn't make it. I don't know. I mean, but we have the internet, right? That actually knows this stuff. Screen 1. Wiki. Titan Quest. Publisher, developers, Iron Lore. Right. That's the developer. And Iron Lore by Brian Sullivan and Paul Chifo. And I think Brian Sullivan is these days. Does it say? Age of Empires? Well, I know a lot of the developers at least went into Crate Entertainment. There might be something over here in that sense regarding that as well. So it was published by THQ, and then THQ Nordic did the remastered version, but the remastered version was not that great. I don't think. Yeah, design, audio, release, reception, expansions, sequels. Yeah, here, Crate Entertainment. The team founded a new studio called Crate Entertainment and licensed the Titan Quest engine to develop Grim Dawn, which is a spiritual successor to Titan Quest. Exactly. And Crate Entertainment is now building a city builder, because they wanted to do something else than action RPGs. So they released Grim Dawn, and they are working on, I think, an untitled city builder. I'm not entirely sure if that mentions anywhere. Yeah, a town builder entitled, oh yeah, Farthest Frontier, exactly. Which would release as an early access game on Steam sometime in 2021. Yeah, Farthest Frontier. This is their city. It looks really good, by the way. A completely different game than of course an ARPG. But yeah, I covered this on the channel at some point as well. I kind of like these sorts of games. It looks a little bit like Banished. Not sure if you guys ever played that. Yeah, so after the city builder, they might go back to Grim Dawn, right? Because Grim Dawn is still like a hugely popular game. Like if they make Grim Dawn 2, a lot of people are gonna be happy. But I'm a little, I'm not concerned, but I'm a little interested then in what Titan Quest 2 would be exactly, right? Because, yeah, who's making it, and why, right? So, but yeah, sure, we'll keep an eye out. Is there a link? Did someone have a link? Like to the rumor, Titan Quest 2 rumor. Long awaited, maybe in the works. /gear. This is already a year old. More. Do tools. Do anytime. Do past month. Any rumors? Is coming. Is it? Yeah, on Reddit. On Reddit everything is coming. PlayStation Live. Leaks Kingdom Hearts 4, Titan Quest 2 and a new Outcast game. Outcast or Outlast? Respawn confirms rumors there's a security. Titanfall. I'm not sure. It doesn't seem extremely substantial, if you ask me. Yeah, Banished is a brutal game. It's super fun. Reddit? Don't believe them. Yeah, exactly. Reddit is a little bit, I mean, there's some good Reddits, but the gaming Reddits, you know, it's something else. Let's look at the re-rolled stuff. If we got any exalted thingies that we could do. Here, exalted, that's usually worth it. Glancing Blow doesn't make me extremely happy, but I mean exalted chest pieces Can be pretty good. Wasn't there a time traveler on Reddit? I mean, I'm not really surprised by anything anymore. Oh wait, zombies, respec, despecialize skill, despecialize. Give me summon wraith. 1. Yeah, no, yeah, specialize. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. There we go. Yeah. What song was that with the big fireballs? That was the fire mage skeleton? I think so. I mean, my skeletons are doing it, but I also have fire rays, right? They also cast fireball. So there's a lot of fireballs going around. Yeah, this just feels so much better, honestly. The zombies feel clunky. I think the zombies could be really nice if you go with a theme of like sacrifice. Right? If you have like a lot of expendable minions that you wanna sacrifice. Because it synergizes well with there's a sacrifice node in the zombie tree, which kind of makes sense. And I can see that going somewhere, right? But I felt that the casting it just feels a little bit off. I can't really put my finger around it, but it doesn't really feel good. Yeah, I want to simulate this build because it looks fun. It is a fun build. I'm making a build guide. I'll be making a build guide, but I just want to test it around a higher level corruption, right? That's what I'm trying to do. So I'm trying to increase the corruption, and but that was the boss, right? And we just instantly nuked these guys. I'm just trying to get some corruption and then showcase the build at like 200 corruption, and then you can judge for yourself, right? But you guys can already see like it's a very decent build. I mean, if you want to know the absolute top builds of last Epoch, then I'm not the channel for you, right? I mean, I'm playing fun builds, right? I'm not playing the most effective builds or all that kind of stuff. I'm playing fun builds, so that's that's what I'm trying to do, I suppose. I said it first about Lost Ark not coming to an hell, but then I heard it's anime game and spin the win. So mad, so guess I don't care. Grab a drink. Yeah, sad. I mean, it might come after all if they change some of the game mechanics, right? Or some of like the model of making money. I mean, there's the option that happens, but right now it's not happening, right? Yeah, and now I've given them glancing blow, right? So that's kind of like, that's kind of meh. There are a few modifiers you really kind of don't want to give the enemy, I would say, with this build, which is Glancing Blow is kind of like annoying. Level 100, by the way. First time ever, guys. This is my only level 100 character. Dodge, Glancing Blow, and Crit Avoidance. Right, those are the 3 things you don't want to give the enemies. I think everything else is pretty much fine. I thought it was more pay to skip. I don't... Well, I mean... There are definitely pay to win elements in there, right? In Lost Ark. But it's mostly about the way that you can sort of like gamble for items. So if they have loot boxes in there without sort of disclosing what is in the loot boxes, the Dutch government considers it gambling and basically forbids the game from being released on Steam because it's gambling, and they want to protect the kids from gambling, which is a good initiative, right? So I agree with the sentiment, at least, but it does mean that some games are not released in the Netherlands, let's say. So yeah, there's that. No, but there's definitely, so it's more about the gambling part, and like it's not that we have a law against pay to win, although that would be pretty funny, right? I would honestly support that law. It would actually be pretty hilarious. But no, because there's a lot of like mobile games like Candy Crush. Let's say like we can play Candy Crush, right? We don't have a law against Candy Crush, although that would also be pretty funny. But we do have a law against gambling. And loot boxes are considered gambling by the Dutch government, which is completely correct, right? Loot boxes are gambling. So they can't be in games that can also be sold to minors, and because Steam is basically for everyone, they're just forbidding Steam to sell games to minors that have gambling elements in them, which means games like FIFA. With FIFA Ultimate Team, right? That's not available in the Netherlands, or they at least they need to pull some tricks in order to have it released, right? So we can play FIFA, but it's been a bit of a different version than others. And but Lost Ark will not be released because of that. New World will not be released because of that, and quite a few other games are also not released because of loot boxes in the game. Are we talking about the NA version being backed by Amazon? Yeah. Yeah, we are. So they Amazon has a license to publish in the Netherlands, but the game they want to publish doesn't abide by our laws. And so they have a right to publish from the game developer, but they don't have a right to publish from the Dutch government. Which I'm not sure they were aware of, but they're aware now. I made a few different choices last time I did this, and which I think I took out the movement speed, because I'm pretty sure I did full necrotic damage here, all 5 points. Maybe only 4 points, because I can't seem to spare any other points, honestly. I don't think I should get the attack speed out of there, because it's multiplicative, right? It's too good. It's probably just 1 point. Yeah, it's probably just 1 point. Okay. Yeah, yeah, I didn't realize it would have loot boxes in it. Yeah, so that's how you know, right? Because they have to pass some sort of like legislation test. And so if you see a game that's not released, that's released everywhere, but not in Belgium and the Netherlands, a very hard % chance that there's loot boxes in it. Yeah, exactly. Ideally, the loot box ban goes global, and more countries are actively working against it, right? Because you shouldn't expose kids to gambling, because there's significant evidence that that leads to actual gambling issues later down the line, which is just not great. You can't make a law against bad game design, but it's also bad game design, right? Yeah, it sucks not getting Lost Ark. I mean, we might still get it, but it does mean that the developers need to change their store, right? And the Netherlands is a relatively small country, of course, so it's then a little bit questionable if they feel it is worth it to change the store or to change certain game mechanics just to sell. Well, it's not even they don't even sell it, right? Isn't it free to play? So just to release additional copies in the Netherlands, because how many are you realistically going to, it's not even selling, but how many people are realistically going to play? I mean, maybe 1 million, right? So is that enough? I don't know. Preying on children is disgusting. Yeah. No, it's true, right? They might just say screw us. Yeah. EA preys on children. I mean, that's one interpretation of a loot box, right? But they are. I mean, if you see where EA gets their money from, it is from FIFA Ultimate Team, right? I think last year FIFA Ultimate Team made them $1.2 billion or something silly like that. And who are buying these cards, right? A bunch of kids, because those are the people playing FIFA. It's a bit generalizing, but generally it's true, right? So they are making a lot of money by exposing kids to gambling, because loot boxes are gambling, which is why it's banned in the Netherlands. And so you could say that they're preying on children and making money out of it, and at least to some extent you would be correct. Yeah, and they have all these sports games, right? So, and all these sports games are, as far as I know, they're the same. I don't really play them myself too much, so I can't say from my own experience or something. But yeah, they're all kind of the same in that sense. Yeah, Madden, yeah. What? Madden is that American football? I wouldn't even know how to play the game. I guess we get 4 out of 5. I'm pretty sure I got 5 out of 5 last time, but I'm not sure where I'm skimping points. Did I do only +7? I might have taken out an attack speed thing, but that's probably wrong. That's probably wrong. Maybe +7 is not too bad. I don't know. We'll go with +16. That's fine. Experience, yeah. Hey, I'm still leveling? Wait, I'm still getting experience? Oh, it's gonna still fill up the bar to 101 and then stop. Is that what's going to happen? How many skill points are you supposed to have at the end? 113? Does anyone know? Like, is there a way to check if I missed skill points? Because now that I'm level 100, I might be tempted to get them. But I think I completed the entire campaign. I'm pretty sure. Right. I think I did the entire thing. Because we went all the way to... yeah, all of this is done. All this is done. So there shouldn't be any skill points left. I don't think. Yeah, it's insanely popular, yeah. I mean, makes sense, right? Alright. Well, ladies and gents, I'm gonna wrap it up because it's midnight and I need to work tomorrow. So, thank you so much for joining once again. I appreciate everybody being here. It's always fun and good to talk to you. I hope you enjoyed the stream and expect the build guide probably somewhere this weekend. I have now a pretty good grip on, you know, what I want to do with this build. It seems to perform still pretty well, so I'm happy with that. Somewhere this weekend, maybe I'll make the video about the patch. I'm writing the script as you saw, so I'll give my opinion on the patch as well. And I'll catch you in the next stream or in the next video. Or in Discord. If you want, you can join the Discord and we can have a talk over there. I'm there every day. That's it, guys. Enjoy your evenings, enjoy your nights, and see you soon. Bye-bye.